All right, and it is 7 p.m. I am working right now with I would say officially broken mic stand. That is, I have a new one on its way coming tomorrow. Um, it seems like my sound is coming in pretty good. I just need to like be, direct like this thing. Totally, when I extend it, oops, bye. This thing is going on its own. Dang. So, yeah, I think what ended up happening was like I had a screw that's just like lost its traction, I guess. And it's no longer tightening or loosening, or any these joints are no longer tightening or loosening. So, now I've got to kind of have it a little bit farther away from my mouth than I would like it to be. So I hope the sound's coming in good. Um, and we're working with what we got. It's still a beautiful Tuesday evening, and I wanted to say thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining me tonight on this IFR Tuesday ground school and sim session. My name's Philip, and I really appreciate you joining the channel for some ground school. I'm a certified flight instructor down here in Los Angeles. I'm a CFI and CFII and single engine, multi engine commercial pilot, single engine and multi engine commercial certificated pilot, and really having a fun time bringing aviation education to the Twitch streaming space and offering up ground instruction knowledge and kind of just helping people put pieces together where you don't have a lot of that on Twitch actually right now. And having a great time doing it. And also, I am wearing a Pokemon t-shirt tonight as well. Bam! That is what's up. And yeah, so really, really looking forward to tonight's IFR Tuesday's ground school discussion on instrument approach procedures. Um, I need to redo a instrument regulations lecture. I've done one already in the past, but wasn't able to save it in time before it expired. I wasn't able to send it over to my YouTube channel in the with the timing that I would normally that I've been doing it. So I'll definitely redo an instrument an IFR regulations day, which is really important in order to have a lecture like this with approach procedures, because it's important to know like kind of what the regulations are, but at the same time there's language in that regulation in the IFR regulations, especially those that are talking about the approach, how to conduct ourselves on the instrument approaches. Language in those regulations that really do us no good unless we know ahead of time like what are these pieces of the instrument approach. And so either way, you can't really go wrong. In fact, I believe the proper way to do it is to talk about approaches first and then get into the regulations and what are the ways to go about doing it. So we'll kind of reference the regulations where appropriate, as we go along. But tonight, it's really just walking through what is an instrument approach, what different types of instrument approach procedures are out there, and when we're looking at an instrument approach procedure, we'll be looking at multiple examples of them. First of all, what are the different kinds that are out there, but then also like how do we actually break down like what is the anatomy of an instrument approach procedure. How do we, if we're sitting in the cockpit, how would we properly brief one, in the sense that when we're in the airplane and we're getting ready to do this approach, how do we move our eyes, and how do we vocalize the pertinent pieces of information, that how do we vocalize and acknowledge these important pieces of information that are on this procedure. Things like getting it established, like what are the minimum altitudes that we are allowed to go down to, or a lot of cases like what is the minimum altitude we're allowed to go down to. How are we going to identified the end of the final segment where we're descending down to the runway. Like, how is that end point defined, where at this point we need to make our decision of whether we can continue past that point or not. How do we define that end point, that missed approach point? What are the segments of this approach, and how are we going to be getting on this final segment? So what kind of lighting does the airport have? And so all of these, it's a really long discussion, in terms of being thorough, and we're just going to try and get through what we can tonight. And ideally we make it through the anatomy of an approach procedure in general, and then walking through some good procedures that we can incorporate into what kind of habits we can incorporate into our flying to prep ourselves as we get ready for this approach. And then breaking down a few different types of approaches, starting with the instrument landing system, which is what's referred to as an ILS. That is one of a couple different types of what are referred to as precision approaches. Precision referring to the fact that you are able to be guided down to the ground laterally and vertically with precision, versus a non-precision approach, which most approaches are actually fall under the non-precision category, where it's oftentimes just lateral guidance, like just guidance with respect to aligning yourself with the runway in some fashion. A lot of the time, not necessarily. There is an exception for non-precision approaches. Some non-precision approaches may actually have a electronic glide slope that allows you to track down to the ground, but those are RNAV GPS approaches, and those are still considered non-precision approaches. But so we're going to be breaking down the ILS as a precision approach and all the pieces of the ILS. We'll be looking at the localizer. We'll be looking at VOR approaches, looking at LDA approaches, localizer type directional aid. And in all of these cases, what we're doing is we are tracking and intercepting radio waves. Our equipment on board is able to tune into radio, the sources of radio frequencies, of radio signals, discrete radio signals, and it's able to pick up those signals. It's able to identify if those signals are good or not, and then finally, based on what the approach procedure tells us to do, we're able to select a desired course to intercept and track that to the down to the runway. We're able to, and that's the part of it that where we do not need to be seeing outside, is because we're able to actually track these signals down to the ground. So now, before we get into instrument approach procedures, I did want to say that it's been a little while since we've talked about as you may or may not know, if you haven't read my About Me page, I'm an amputee pilot and one of the only amputee instructors actually in the country. And if you follow my Instagram, you'll see that I like to have this motivational spin to approaching difficulties with life, whether it be through flight training or otherwise. I like to share stories about the things about life that I learned from aviation, how to cope with difficult paths, the importance of practicing and planning things, taking calculated risks. And couple of things something I haven't done in a while is actually share with you some of the ideas in this Daily Stoic journal that I like to write entries in every day, morning and evening. The Daily Stoic is a great journal that provides daily reflections on the Stoicism ideas, and it gives you a weekly teaching as well as a daily kind of thought to reflect on. And I like to kind of at least go through like the weekly teaching and what kind of helpful things can we take away from that weekly teaching as we, go into our new week. No, it's Tuesday. Our start of our week was yesterday. And then the other thing that I try and do every week is have a there was a great book that I read called the Mindful. What was it? It was like the 25 mindful. Let me actually see if I can find the name of this book here. Mindful Relationship Habits. 25 practices to grow a deeper connection by Barry Davenport. And this book was awesome. I read through it, and pretty much what it does is it walks you through 25 lessons that you can take note of and incorporate into the different relationships in your life, and help bring out better communication and listening skills. And what I try and do is not only reflect in my Stoic journal every week, but I try and incorporate one of those 25 healthy habits as well. So just go through, spend a couple minutes going through each one, just to kind of hopefully enrichen your life, and share with you some of the stuff that has helped me get through tough times. So this week's Stoic principle is to practice silence. And it's pretty self-explanatory, I mean, I think that's an important thing to, I know for myself to be able to do. I think a lot of the time, I know that it's important both as somebody who's in a relationship with someone, with a significant other, but also important as a teacher, as an instructor. Sometimes, like, let me close my window. Hold on. God. We got some yapper dogs next door. Ugh. Practicing silence is super important. I think not that doesn't mean that you can't have an opinion and you can't voice your opinion, but I just think that I know for myself, I have to be willing to check my ego, and I have to be willing to suspend immediately, like, lending my opinion on something, so that I can actually observe what's around me, and really evaluate, does this really need to be said right now, or can you just kind of be in the moment and internalize instead of, like, be so emotionally, like, driven. I know that's been difficult in the past. And so practicing silence, I think, is really important. It's a really important skill, because it takes presence of mind, first of all, to put the brakes on. Everybody wants to be heard, and everybody wants to be acknowledged, and everybody's got ideas that they want to share, but it takes a real presence of mind and big picture perspective to, like, put the brakes on that, practice silence, and really just kind of see how things play out, and then issue judgment on something. For myself, in my relationship, it's really important to practice silence, I think, at times, in the sense that it's more important sometimes to just listen rather than offer up answers and solutions to something. Sometimes, it's important to just listen to what somebody has to say, and to what's troubling someone. And then that way I can actually gain a better understanding of what the circumstances really are before I issue judgment. Being silent allows me to think first and then speak. It allows me to kind of just be more of an observer of the conditions, and then that kind of helps me be a better listener. And that's really important. I know as an instructor, it's really important to practice silence as well, because students, they're learning how to fly. Students learn, and you're not going to learn how to fly without making mistakes constantly. And so as an instructor, it's really important to, like, let the mistakes happen sometimes, depending on the severity of, like, obviously don't let something go where real danger is imminent, but it is very important to, like, let mistakes happen, practice that silence, assuming that you've given them the tools to work through these problems on their own. Let them kind of, after you've given them the tools, see what they do with those tools, and it's difficult to not step in and want to correct every single thing or something, but that's not really my job. My job is not to make sure that they aren't making any mistakes. It's to know which mistakes are allowed to be made so that they can actually learn those valuable lessons. And to by practicing that silence, I'm able to kind of say, okay, is this mistake that is either being made or obviously about to be made? Like, is this a moment where they can teach themselves a valuable lesson? I think it's great. In either case, like practicing silence relieves a lot of stress off of us. I think to need to say something that's kind of a stressful burden that we put on ourselves, and I think it's just a great practice, and kind of paradoxical to be talking about this on a stream session where I'm like constantly talking about it, but nonetheless, practicing silence is really important, and I hope that you're able to incorporate that into your life. Not that your opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion does matter, and your feelings are valid. But I just think that the lesson here is to try to have the discipline and the presence of mind to take pause and observe more before jumping to an opinion or something. Really, really important. And I think, especially if you're one to have an opinion right away or want to help or want to jump right in, just try and, go about it in a different way. I think that when get locked into when we seem to be running into the same issues over and over, the same types of issues, one thing that can help is to just like break old habits, and so if you're making a habit of having something to say all the time, try and make a new habit of just practicing silence for a second. So that's a great teaching, great Stoic teaching. And then my healthy habit for the week is learn to be mindfully direct. It's a pretty interesting relationship habit, and I've been really, really excited to incorporate that into my interactions. Be mindfully, that's what it said, right? Yeah, learn to be mindfully direct. And I think just it's talking about being direct, like, so just be mindful of the other person's point of view, and help them help you. Like if you need something, whether it's in a relationship that you're in, or you're a student and you're working with an instructor, or you're a parent to a kid, or you're a teenager or a young adult to a parent, or whatever it is, if we need certain things. And I think there can be, I know speaking from experience, there can be a lot of frustration when you feel like you're not heard, or when you don't have the tools to articulate what you actually need. So one of the best places to start, I think, is being mindfully direct and just being calm in the way that you actually articulate what it is that you need. But one of the things is like, don't talk about what you don't need. That's indirect. If you have things that you need, don't be talking about the things that you don't want or that you don't need, and then expect the other person to be able to fill in those gaps of what you do need then, right? So because then they're just going to be really good at knowing what you don't want, and then you feel like maybe they should be able to know, or maybe you've told them once already. Either way, you got to be direct. Tell them what you want, not what you don't want. To not hint or wish or hope. These are all like passive, like indirect types of things. Just wasting emotional energy, I think, as well, because you're wondering if they got the message. They're kind of confused, and it's just kind of like a waste, And speculation is like one of the worst things, brood or that nurtures conflict. So yeah, be specific. in what you need. If you're a student like to an instructor and think you're just having a hard time with a particular lesson, or you know you need tutoring or something, really like write down like what are the specific things that you need help with. um, you know, if it's a complex thing, you know, maybe write out a flow chart and how things relate to each other, and then identify these areas where the things that you are okay with, and then you can like isolate those areas that you need some help with, and that will help you be specific in terms of the things that you need help with, right? Like flow charting or brainstorming, like certain things. Um, and Yeah. Yeah, and this was an important point that the book made about being mindfully direct, that it's not all about either side getting what they want. A lot of the time it's going to be about compromise, and compromise is really important. Not compromise in the sense that you are compromising who you are, but compromise just meeting in the middle with another person about something, realizing that you have needs, but realizing they have needs as well. So maybe we can come together and meet in the middle on something, and then together we can you know, get closer to the truth that is somewhere in the middle of how we're both seeing something, you know. So yeah, try and be mindfully direct when we must speak to somebody, and then otherwise before that point, good goal to try and practice silence. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Okay, Daily Stoic, very good. And let's get into the lecture. All right. So tonight we're talking about instrument approach procedures, and this is actually a continuation of a lecture that I started some time ago. Let me see if this will stay, if I'm all the way back here. It will not. It will not. This thing is being a piece of shit. Damn. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. This thing is like effed. Good thing I have another one coming tomorrow. But I did not get that same brand. This thing is like, I think I paid for the name rather than the quality. Right, so what are instrument approach procedures? Like, is this class right for you if you're not even a private pilot, if you just flight sim a lot? You know, and the answer is yes, this class is for you. There will be some things that kind of go over your head, I think, a little bit, but my job tonight will be to try and get as far as I can and break down things the best that I can. And, you know, feel free to message me or whisper, like, you know, message me direct with any questions. And let's just see where we end up. Now, instrument approach procedures, like we were saying in the beginning, these are everything with the instrument rating is under the presupposition that we cannot see anything outside. So we are not talking about, you know, with the private pilot, it's all about sight picture. How does the runway sight picture and the runway shape look, and that kind of thing. That is not what we're talking about with the instrument rating. We're talking about everything needing to be pre-calculated, predetermined, what paths, for how long, we're descending at what rate to what point, you know, in order to maneuver our way down lower and lower and lower as we're trying to land on this runway that might be some miles off, and not hit obstacles. This whole thing about IFR, instrument flight rule, and instrument flying, is about obstacle clearance. Everything from the departure procedures and the minimum climb performance that's required of you, to minimum altitudes on airways when we're actually flying en route, all the way down to minimum altitudes on arrivals and approaches, and route, you know, segments of an approach at those minimum altitudes. All of that is geared toward maneuvering you around obstacles so that you have at the minimum clearance required for that phase of flight. So the instrument approach procedure is the procedure that we're going to follow. Vox, yo, yo, yo. The instrument approach procedure are the procedures we're going to follow to do that. And the instrument approach procedure is a actual document that we will be reviewing and familiarizing ourselves with tonight to get that done. Okay. So the first thing is looking at the anatomy of an instrument approach procedure. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on all of these pieces and all of these things that you're looking at here, because believe me, we've got a lot of slides to get through, and we're going to see this multiple times. We're going to break this down so many times. But from a high level standpoint, I just wanted to point out like the instrument approach procedure and what are these main pieces. Let's see here. Yeah, what are these main pieces? This is actually kind of having a hard time coming in. Yeah, test. There we go. I think that should work. Hopefully. Vox, can you hear me okay? Am I coming in pretty good? My mic stand is like broken, and so I'm not able to extend it. Okay, great. So looking at this approach procedure, we're looking at basically it's divided into these 5 pieces. This green piece in the top we call the pilot briefing. Same as always for me. Oh, fantastic, great. The pilot briefing is the briefing up the top, the briefing strip, and in the pilot briefing, we've got some things that we want to just concern ourselves with. We've got the frequency for the nav aid that is around that the whole instrument approach procedure is built around. So in the case of this instrument, this ILS or localizer runway 7 in Orlando, this whole approach procedure that you can see on this top-down view, it's built around an antenna, a localizer antenna, that we're going to tune in 109.9 on our nav frequencies, on our nav receiver, our nav radio, and we're going to be tuning into that 109.9. All right. Things like a final approach course, we've got that's that 070 that you can see going in. The airport is right there. Let me see if I can get my laser pointer out. The airport's right there. And so the final approach course is that 070 as we're making our way final course down to the runway. We got some other things up here like the notes. Some of the airport elevation and landing distance information right here. Right here, notes. We'll talk about some of the important things in the notes. These are just going to contain like restrictions or other, other concerns, maybe temperature limitations to doing this approach, or changes to the minimum altitudes that you're allowed to go down to on this approach, depending on whether you have the current the weather at this airport or whatever, or if you got inoperative equipment. You can see radar DME required is a thing. Continuing in the briefing strip, we've got the approach light type. If the runway has approach lights, not all runways, not all approaches have approach lights, and not even all ILSs have approach lights, kind of shockingly. So yeah, approach lights are right here. What does Mauser stand for? It's not as important, like in this, we're talking big picture, right? We're talking big picture. So not super important that we talk about all the different types of approach lights. We'll get into those, but for now, this is the little diagram of what the approach lights actually look like. We've got missed approach text. So you can see missed approach procedures right there. You can read the climb to 1200 maximum altitude via the localizer Orlando East course to Sotco. So yeah, we're gonna read that and we'll decipher that later. But that is the text version of our missed approach. We got our frequencies right there. Okay, so all of that together is the briefing strip. On the plan view, top down view, we're looking at the whole approach in the terminal area, like the most immediate area. usually out to like a 10-mile range or so. And uh, um, and what we're looking at are all the different we see a number of different things actually on the plan view. We see, first of all, these fans. They look like little fans with the little gray on the right side. You could see here a little fan on that side as well. Those are going to represent the signals that we're tuning into and tracking. There you can see down the 070s right down the smack middle of that fan. Same thing on the outbound. We can see here that we've got these little triangles there, these little triangles right here. Those are obstacles. We've got a frequency here. There's that 109.9. And we've got basically just the top-down view of the whole procedure. We'll walk through all the segments. So that's the plan view. We'll talk about the MSA another time. This pink right here is called the profile view. Profile is what it sounds like. It's the final segment of this approach. It's really the intermediate and final segments of this approach that so it's more zoomed in than what you see on this approach here, on the top down view, on the plan view. This profile view is looking at it from the side, and you'll notice things like minimum altitudes here, 2,000 foot level to intercept this fan right here. This fan right here. This fan on the plan view is representative of the localizer. The localizer is going to be the radio signals, the radio signal that aligns you with the runway, versus this fan on the plan view, on the profile view, excuse me, is the vertical guidance down to the ground. You can see here that at a certain point at 2,000 feet, you're going to intercept what we call the glide slope, and that glide slope is going to take you and guide you all the way down. We can see the picture view, the pictorial version of the missed approach as well. Up here in the briefing strip, we had the text version of the missed approach versus the picture version of the missed approach right there. Okay. This blue section is referred to as the minimums, and aircraft categories A, B, C, and D. Long story short, the faster that you're going, the higher you find yourself in different categories. So A would be like the slowest speeds, and then a little bit faster you're doing B, and then C, and so on and so on. Those speeds are defined, and we'll talk about that later. But what you can see right away is that, well, so what are we looking at? We're looking at whether at the where the clouds need to be. Basically what we're looking at is the altitude that you can go down to on this final segment right here, where you start at 2,000 feet. In this case, you start at 2,000 feet and you go all the way down to this straight line, right, is this final segment where you start up here, you intercept the glide slope, and you go down to some minimum altitude. That is what these altitudes are. You got 309. If you're doing the ILS, you're allowed to go down to 309 on the altimeter. If you're doing the localizer, you're going down to 660 above the altimeter. And if your intention is to not land on runway 7, and your intention is to circle around and actually fly around, not to runway 7, but maybe to runway 31, or maybe to runway 25. You're circling around like you have a tailwind, right? And so you're going to land, you're going to fly the pattern essentially to runway 25. Then you would circle at no lower than 660 feet. So these numbers right here, 309, 660, these are the altitudes that you can go down to, minimum altitudes. These, on the other side of the slash, is the visibility. Okay, so whether it's on the other side of a slash right here or the other side of a hyphen, that is your visibility. Now, this right here is kind of an odd example because this looks like 2.4. That looks like 24 miles, right? Just like you got 2.4 right there, but because you have a 1 right there. That 1 is 1 mile. But are you saying that it's got to be 24 miles? No, that's not what I'm saying. This is 2,400 feet, actually. This is a half of a mile that you need. This 24 represents hundreds of feet. Not all minimums, not all visibility minimums are measured in hundreds of feet. We call this runway visual range, RVR. This is an RVR value of 2,400 feet, or a half a mile visibility. Not all ILS visibility minimums are RVR. But yeah, nonetheless, that is the visibility, 2,400 feet visibility. Half a mile versus a mile visibility. So there's their altitude with your visibility, and then finally this number to the right of the visibility is the height. This is different from an altitude. We're talking about a height above the ground. We're talking about the height above the ground. Now, if it's straight in to a runway, right? You can see the S right here, ILS runway 7 or S localizer 7. This is straight in to runway 7. If it's straight into a specified runway, this is a height above the touchdown zone of that runway. So what we're saying is if you want to go down on the ILS to runway 7, you are 300. You're allowed to go. You're crossing the final approach fix, the point where the final segment begins. You're descending on that approach down to 309 on the altimeter with 2,400 feet RVR, and down at 309 above the touchdown zone of runway 7, if you're 309 feet on the altimeter, you are 200 feet above the touchdown zone on runway 7. Just like if you're down at 660 on the altimeter, you're 551 feet above the touchdown zone of runway 7. Now circling, look at 660 minimum here, and then 660 minimum here. How are these two numbers different? How can you be 660 on the altimeter in both cases, but on the localizer it's 551 feet above the touchdown zone and 547 feet? That's because circling the height, this is still a height number right here. Circling minimums do not measure a height above the touchdown zone because they don't know which touchdown, they don't know which runway you're going to. So that's your height above your airport elevation. The localizer down to a runway, straight in minimums down to a specified runway, measure height with respect to the touchdown zone elevation of that runway, whereas circling minimums measure the height above the airport elevation. Those numbers are different sometimes, right? The touchdown zone is the first, I'm drawing a blank. I want to say it's the first 3,000 feet of a runway. Or is it 2,000 feet? Actually, hold on. I'm drawing a blank. Sorry. I think it's actually the first 2,000 feet. Right. Oh, no. It's the first 3,000 feet of a runway beginning at the threshold. Let's see here. Not to exceed the first 1/3 of the runway. So yeah, for aim 2-1-5, 3,000 feet beyond the landing threshold or the midpoint of the runway, whichever is less. The first 3,000 feet beginning at the threshold. Okay, cool. All right, so then there you go. Yeah, I had it right the first time. Always important to go check. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about an altitude, a minimum visibility, and then a height above the ground. And then that is a measure, the height above. It depends on if you are straight in or not. If you're straight in, it's a height above the touchdown zone of that runway. And then if you're circling, it's the height above the airport. So those are the minimums. And if you notice something, by the way, like I said, categories, as your speed increases, so too does your category. these minimums are actually they increase as you go faster. So, if you find yourself, yeah, Vox, yeah, I thought so, but it's the first 3,000 feet, or if not to exceed the first half of the runway. So, if it's a shorter runway, right, if it's a 4,000 foot long runway, then it's no less than half of the runway. So, right, because that would be 3/4 of the runway. So, now you'll notice, yeah, like I said, as we go faster, we find ourselves in higher and higher categories. Over here in categories A and B, at those speeds, you can do 660 on the altimeter, 2,400 feet RVR, 2,400 foot visibility. But once you start going fast enough to find yourself in category C, we're not talking about 2,400 RVR. We're talking about 5,000 RVR. That's essentially 1 mile. With the circling minimums, we are no longer, once we get up into category D, we're not talking about 660 on the altimeter. We're talking about 860 on the altimeter. You got to stop earlier. You have to stop your descent earlier. So yeah, minimums increase as we find ourselves in higher and higher categories. Finally, the airport diagram is this fifth segment, this sort of like peach colored area, this peach colored thing, segment. And this is the airport diagram. This is the a big picture footprint of the airport. Obviously, no taxiways, so it's not like a full-fledged like airport diagram that you'd find in a chart supplement. It doesn't, substitute for a full chart, airport diagram, but it will show runway lengths and widths. It'll show vertical glide slope indications, where it's like whether it's a PAPI or a VASI, and whether that PAPI or VASI is off to the left or to the right. We've got a final approach course right there. There's your 070. We got obstacles. So we got a lot of, there's the beacon right there. So yeah, we've got a lot of, there's the VOR that's on the airport surface. So that's really good. That's really, and what we want to also digest is not only the length of the runway, but the lighting as well. What kind of lighting to expect? There's a diagram of that Mauser, right? There's the Mauser approach light type. There's the Mauser right there on the airport diagram. So we can double check that. And we got airport lighting right there. And then the time based on speed, how much time it's going to take for you to get from your final approach fix to your missed approach point. Now, all of this together is what we call the instrument approach procedure. I'm not going to get into the comparison, the differences between FAA and Jeppesen. That will actually be on the 19th, IFR Tuesday, in a couple of weeks. That'll be really, really good because Jeppesen has this set up all differently. I mean, for the most part, it's similar. Like, you definitely have a briefing strip up at the top, plan view, there's a profile view, minimums, and an airport diagram and everything. But, where that information is, like how it's represented, is in a little bit different places. So, like, we'll definitely be looking at Jeppesen versus FAA another time. So that, in a nutshell, is the anatomy of an instrument approach procedure. Now, to get ourselves geared up to do this approach, we need to incorporate what I like to call the 5 A's. The 5 A's allow us to plan, had that question typed out about differences in your preference, so I'll stay tuned. Oh yeah, Chris Steve. Well, short answer is you got to go Jeppesen. I mean, a lot of the time when you're learning, I'm so glad you're here, by the way, right? Like, this is, it's going to be a long one, and we might not even get to everything because, I mean, dude, it's just super gnarly, like the approaches, but we might have to do like part 2 or something another time. But yeah, Jeppesen, you start off on FAA a lot of the time because they're all free to access, It's and they totally do work. I didn't get Jeppesen until way later, but Yeah, it is. Jeppesen is better. They organize the information a little bit better. So, especially when you're talking about where to go and look for things like alternate weather minimums or the obstacle departure procedure for a certain airport, the information, the um, airport lighting is in a little bit of a better spot, like I think. So there are definitely superiorities. Now, the 5 A's is a checklist that I like to incorporate even into my private pilot students, where like they get in the habit of going through their A's to get themselves set up for a particular airport. And the A's allow you to go through the sequence of things to get yourself ready. So what are they? Number one is the ATIS. And the ATIS, we can go up here. There's the frequency right there. We should actually already have it in the active number 2 radio ready to go. COM1 being used for en route and tower frequencies, and COM2 being used for ATIS and ground. So, that should have been set before we even took off. So we get the ATIS. From there, we can get things like the wind. We're going to talk about weather concerns, but we can get the wind and, other useful pieces of information that, like the altimeter setting. The wind is going to be really important for just determining, are we actually going all the way down on this ILS, or do we have a 15 knot tailwind and we are not landing on this ILS? We are circling to a more suitable runway for this type of wind. We need to put those things together. The altimeter setting is very important because as we come up to the terminal area of this airport, we need to make sure that we are actually adhering to these minimum altitudes. These minimum altitudes are designed to keep us away from terrain, and as we get lower, closer and closer to the final segment and closer to the airport, we are getting the required obstacle clearance on that descent. It shrinks down. It shrinks down from 1,000 feet clearance in the initial segments to 500 feet on intermediate segments, and then 300 feet on that final segment. What the required distance from obstacles in the final approach area. So very, very important that we are doing this approach appropriately, and that we are adhering to these altitude restrictions. So that altimeter setting is your life. The approach brief. We're going to be talking about the approach brief, but we're going to be basically an approach brief contains everything from what I like to do is have a detailed briefing and a kind of an abbreviated briefing. The truth is, for myself, whether I'm on the ground in the run-up briefing my approach for my destination before I leave, or whether I'm in the air, I brief it the same way all the time. But sometimes students have a hard time. They take a long time to do the briefing, so I do like to have an abbreviated one just in case, where if we're on the ground before we leave and we're in the run-up, then we do the long one. But if we are still, but if we're in the air and the student's kind of behind, we can just cut to the chase and what are the key things that we need. But in the elaborative one, where we are detailed, we're doing things like identifying correct and current. We're basically going from top to bottom, left to right. So correct and current, nav aids and ID, final approach course, the notes right here, the approach light system, missed approach procedure, note the frequencies and that we've got the frequencies dialed in. We've got the plan view with notable terrain and the MSA. We've got the profile view with the missed approach and glide slope intercept, and as well as the minimum descent altitude or the decision altitude down here in the minimums, and along with the visibility and the height. How do we identify the missed approach point? as well as the VASI or the PAPI off to the left. So here's an example of the approach brief for this ILS runway 7. So we've got the ILS runway 7. Our date is current, and we are correct. So we are correct in the sense that, right, current and correct. We're talking about correct, that this is the type of approach that we want for the airport, and that the date is current. Now, obviously, it's 2006. It's not 2006, but we're going to verify that this is the current date, or if we're using charts on our tablet, that, you know, we have the current download. Okay, so we're doing the ILS runway. We're doing the ILS runway 7 into Orlando. Current date, we are correct and current. Localizer tuned is 109.9. Final approach course is 070. Landing distance is 5703. Touchdown zone elevations 109. We got minimum visibility conditions, bright lights on the highway, maybe mistaken for the runway lights. We've got to be aware of that. Radar or DME required. No other notes. Mauser approach light type, and missed approach we'll brief later. Frequencies are there. No notable terrain, it looks like. The obstacles would be represented on here somewhere. MSA is minimum safe altitude is 3,000 feet within 25 miles of the beacon. Glide slope intercept at 2,000 feet. Down on the ILS runway 7 to an altitude of 309 on the altimeter, 2,400 RVR, 200 feet above the ground. Missed approach is a straight ahead to at or below 1,200 on the eastbound localizer to a 1.5 DME at Sotco, then a climbing left turn to 1,500 on the 049 radial to the 13 DME to Ovido, which is the 13 DME, and then we're going to hold at Ovido, and you can see that here in the profile view. Yeah, PAPI off to the left. So there you go, and then approach briefing is complete. So once we've got our ATIS and once our ordinary, what's going on? It's going really well, man. Thanks for checking in. Once we've got our ATIS, we've got our altimeter setting, we've briefed our approach, and you know, you want to vocalize all those things, whether you're single pilot IFR or you're in a crew environment, because then you're going to be briefing the approach. They're the pilot flying, and you know, you're just kind of briefing things, and you can call things out, and they can verify that things have been checked, or, you know, vice versa. You can teamwork that as long as you vocalize things. Once that briefing is done, you can set up your avionics. So, you know, like we said, COM 1, COM 2, NAV 1, NAV 2. COM 1 we use for tower and en route frequencies, and COM 1 is for tower and en route, and COM 2 is for ATIS and ground. And then NAV 1 we're using as primary navigation, so intercepting and tracking. And then NAV 2 will be used for any cross radials or whatever. As we go through examples of instrument approaches, we'll discuss how do we prioritize our NAV 1 and NAV 2. Like, how do you know? You know, it depends on what type of approach it is, and it depends on what type of segment you're actually on. You know, because it very well could be the case that your primary means of navigation right now are tracking outbound or, you know, inbound on a VOR radial, on a VOR course or a VOR radial to a point, and then at a certain point later on, you're going to be switching to the primary nav is actually going to be the localizer or something like that. Or if it's a VOR approach, you're going to remain on that VOR. So it kind of depends on what type of approach you're doing, how you prioritize your nav frequencies. And then finally, aircraft configuration. That's your 5th A. We're talking about the descent checklist and the pre-landing checklist. So aircraft configuration, are you configured appropriately for the phase of flight that you're in? If you are in the cruise phase and you're just getting your 5As done ahead of time, your aircraft configuration is set for cruise. Your cruise check is complete and your descent check to go, right? We'll vocalize that. If we're coming up to the approach the terminal area, and we're stepping down maybe on an arrival, and we're legitimately getting ready to start this approach, yeah, you might want to think about the descent checklist, maybe putting in approach flaps, leaving those landing gear up, and saving that for later. And then let's see. Sorry about that. Tomorrow. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that'll work. Sorry, I have a student tomorrow that's asking me about scheduling. And then... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, so that's what we're talking about with checklists. Okay, so we've talked about the anatomy of an instrument approach procedure. We've mentioned the 5 A's and some examples of, we mentioned an example of going through those A's, setting ourselves up on this approach. Let's talk about some of the weather concerns when with regard to instrument approach procedures. These are going to be some big picture items, weather considerations, performance considerations. We're building the story up to like what goes into an approach procedure. So one of the major things is weather. We need to be mindful when we listen to the ATIS of our 5As where the wind is actually coming from. As we said, we don't want a super stiff tailwind on this approach, or at least if we're going to have one, we don't want to be landing with one. We're going to need to maybe circle around to a favorable or a more suitable runway. Ceilings and visibility, of course, are really important when we're talking about approaches because, as we saw, minimums are in terms of where the clouds are and what the visibility is. That's what we're saying. We're saying that if we're coming down on this approach and we need to see certain cues at the end of the road on that descent, we need to see certain things, which we're going to discuss later. We need to see those things by the time that we get down to that altitude. And so we need to know where are these ceilings at? Where are these ceilings at? Because if that minimum, if that, yeah. If that ILS brings you down to 200 feet above the ground and you've got clouds that are, or let's say that you're doing a localizer approach and you are, no, let's go with that. Let's go with that ILS actually. Let's go with that ILS. The ILS gets us down, let's say, it's 200 feet above the ground and we listen to the ceilings are 400 feet above the ground, right? The ceilings are measured in AGL, of course. So what does that mean to us? And the visibility, let's say that, the visibility is pretty gnarly. 400 foot ceilings is gnarly. And you're thinking, well, if the ILS gets me down to 200 feet above the ground, doesn't a 400 foot ceiling mean that I'm going to see the clouds before I get down to my minimum altitude? If my minimum altitude's 200 feet above the ground and the clouds are 400 feet above the ground, doesn't that mean that I'm going to break out? Potentially, by the way, not necessarily. It depends. The clouds, it could get worse. You could have fog in the mix, where you would get down there and even though you're out of the clouds, you still don't see the visual cues that you need. But more importantly than that, we cannot have as personal minimums regarding ceilings and visibility. We cannot have personal minimums that are that low. We need way more suitable we need personal minimums that are way more suited to our current skill level. And, even though the ILS gets you 200 feet above the ground or whatever, you might want ceilings and visibility personal minimums of, 800 feet or 1,000 feet. So we'll talk about personal minimums later on in the lecture, but ceilings and visibility, it's serious. you want to you do not want to be going down on an approach that where the ceilings are called out at 300 feet, 400 feet, even 500 feet is pretty crazy. So yeah. Some other weather considerations, like we said, that altimeter setting. Temperature is absolutely a factor because as temperature increases, so too does the difference between the indicated airspeed and the true airspeed. What does that mean for you? Well, if you're doing a non-precision approach, first of all, whether you're doing a non-precision or a precision approach, whether you're doing one or the other, higher, truer airspeed means that you're going to be eating up more runway. It's going to take longer for you to bring that airplane to a rest. But practically speaking, when we are doing a non-precision approach with a final segment that is timed, that time is based on our ground speed, not our indicated airspeed. That's based on a ground speed. So the hotter it is, the warmer it is, the faster you're actually going for a given indicated airspeed. And you got to factor that into the time that it's going to take from you between the final approach fix and the missed approach point on that final segment, where the end of the road is on that final segment. The time that it's going to take you to traverse that path is going to actually be related to your true airspeed, not your indicated. As well, in these field conditions, if it's raining or, yeah, it's very, very important. Weather requirements. So where does weather come in as a legal requirement, regulation-wise? Part 91-103 pre-flight action, the W in RAWFAT actually specifies that regardless, whether we're operating out of the vicinity of the home airport in visual conditions or otherwise, or if we're IFR, we need to get those weather reports and forecasts. 91-175 is an IFR regulation. So is 91-169. And 91-175 says that for Part 91 operators, there are no takeoff weather minimums. That's pretty interesting. Not only are there no takeoff weather minimums, but there are also 91-175 will also specify what the requirements are of stepping down on this approach. But in terms of weather requirements, 91-175, there's not a lot in there regarding weather for Part 91 operators. 91-169 talks about the alternate, what weather needs to be at the alternate, and that's interesting. That is actually what the weather is, what the weather needs to be. Basically, the eligibility of an airport to be utilized as a alternate airport on your IFR flight plan. The availability of approaches at that airport is a determining factor of what the weather needs to be. So, let me say that a different way. What the weather needs to be at this airport that you would like to use as an alternate, what that weather needs to be is dependent on what type of approaches are actually available to you at that airport. That's a way better way to say that. So, we'll talk about regulations next week on the 12th, IFR regulations, but it's related. Performance requirements are also a concern. This is one of the superiorities of Jeppesen versus the FAA. Jeppesen will actually tell you the remaining landing distance on a runway beyond, once assuming that you follow the glide slope all the way down to the ground. At that point, how much landing distance do you have? The FAA gives you available landing distance that starts at the threshold, not at the point at which you are brought down onto the glide slope, right? That glide slope's going to bring you to the touchdown zone, not to the threshold of the runway. It's going to bring you beyond the threshold of the runway. So a cool thing that Jeppesen says is on the glide slope, assuming you stay on glide slope and you touch down on glide slope, how much landing distance do you have? That's really good. You know, based on that distance, on that available landing distance, or that distance beyond the glide slope, you want to consult your section 5 of your POH and make sure that not only do you have the required distance to bring that aircraft to a rest, but that the distance required falls within the personal minimums that you have for the distance that you need, you know, or that the distance that you need is that there's enough wiggle room between the distance that you need and the distance that you have, right? So you want to make sure that the performance requirements are factored in. These performance requirements, yeah, we need to make sure that we are, that you use the POH. Okay. So speed is a major aspect of performance, and it's a major requirement, or it's a major deciding factor in terms of is the deciding factor of what category you find yourself in. So approach categories are based on 1.3 times the stall speed in the landing configuration. That's VSO. 1.3 times the stall speed in the landing configuration at max gross weight. So, but the fact is like if you choose to fly faster, you are finding yourselves in higher and higher categories. So category A is less than 91 knots. Somewhere between 91 and 120 is category B. And so, yeah, you just want to know what category, how fast you're going to be doing this approach, and what category you find yourself in, and then briefing the applicable minimums there. Yeah. Okay. You'll notice that, let's see here. Okay, so as we said, what a circling maneuver is the maneuvering of the air. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be tracking an approach into the airport environment, and then at a certain point breaking off at or above the altitude for circling. You can see here, on this approach, circling is no less than 640 feet on the altimeter. So that circling maneuver, what that's saying is you're going to be tracking that down to that minimum descent altitude, and then breaking off and then flying the appropriate pattern as noted in the notes section of the approach procedure. Fly any restrictions. Sometimes you have circling restrictions. You're not allowed to circle north of this runway or that runway, you know, south, or no circling east of this. So you want to make sure that you brief those notes and that you know what the limitations on circling is. But you're going to break off and you're going to fly that pattern to the appropriate runway that's best for the wind that you're dealing with. And what those maneuvers are, we're going to talk about those later, but it depends on how you come up to the airport. In this case, where you're coming up, you're straight into runway 29 or right. If you're going to circle around to runway 11, all you're going to do is just break off and you're going to join a downwind for that, right? But sometimes you can actually come up to the runway at a perpendicular or at like some weird angle, and you want to know like how to actually correct for that and fly certain circling maneuvers. Okay. Now, when you do this circling maneuver, it's important to know how much protection you have and out to what radius from the approach end of that runway. If you find yourself in category A, which a lot of us will, you've got 1.3 miles of protection of a radius from the approach end of any of those runways. 1.3 miles where you are granted a minimum of 300 feet clearance from obstacles in that area. So that's good to know. Circling minimums generally are 300 feet clearance. Now, some more interesting things about approach charts, just big picture things about approach charts. Sometimes you'll see like ILS Zulu or ILS Yankee, RNAV GPS Yankee. So if you see a letter, a suffix, like a letter at the, or a prefix, I guess, at the, from the end of the alphabet, Zulu, Yankee, X-ray, what this means is that this is one of at least two straight in, it's at one of at least two of the same type of approach to the same runway, but with different minimums. And you can guarantee that the difference in minimums, one's going to get you lower than the other one, and you can bet that the difference in those minimums are a result of one of those approaches being more strict, maybe in the required equipment that you need. So like, for example, this ILS Zulu runway 16 right into Van Nuys, it's going to get you lower than the ILS Yankee. Why is that? It's the same ILS, it's down to the same runway. You actually come in at the same exact points. Why would this one get you lower? Because I'm pretty sure DME, so DME is required for this approach, whereas the Yankee DME is not required. So Zulu, Yankee, and X-ray, these are approach types where what this denotes is that you have multiple types of the same approach to the same runway with different minimums. That's to be contrasted with an Alpha or a Bravo or a Charlie that denote no straight-in minimums at all, right? This is a situation where you have multiple types of approach of the same approach, multiple versions of the same approach to the same runway straight in, right? Where two or more straight-in approaches to the same runway. This denotes no straight-in. The VOR Alpha into Fullerton is what this is a snapshot of. And you would see VOR Alpha and you would say, okay, I already know without looking at the minimums of this approach that there are no straight-in minimums, that it's going to be a circling only approach. So understanding what Zulu, Yankee, and X-ray mean and what Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie mean, right? If you look at the Paso Robles VOR Bravo, there are only circling minimums for that approach. Okay, other things about approach charts, we got communications up there at the top, and that an approach is constructed around a primary nav aid, whether, like in this case, this is actually the Paso Robles VOR Bravo. It's built around the Paso Robles VOR. We were talking about DME arcs and holding in the past a few weeks ago. You can watch the video on that. And what we did was we said that was built around a nav aid. We actually did this approach. We did this DME arc, this 12.5 DME arc based on the Paso Robles VOR. Now, another aspect about approach charts, right here, is this is a snapshot taken from the plan view. The plan view, the top-down view of the approach procedure for the VOR Alpha into Fullerton, KFUL. And what you'll find here are some arrows that they look different from each other. And why do they look different from each other? Because these arrows represent different segments of the approach. see if I can. That's kind of like not working. Yeah. Is super broken. So what are the different segments of the approach? When you study instrument approach procedures and you're being introduced to the concept of segments, it's very important to know symbolically how to identify these segments. What are the symbols like that are involved? But also where does each segment begin and where does each segment terminate? So let's start with the feeder routes, okay? Feeders are medium bold lines that you'll see like right here. This medium line, these are like bold, like dark, heavy, right? These are heavy lines. This is like a broken line. So this medium line, this medium weight, is how the feeder routes are depicted. You can see here Wilma, the feeder route begins at Wilma and it terminates at the initial approach fix, the IAF. Seal Beach is the IAF, it's the initial approach fix. That segment right there is has a minimum altitude of 2,600 feet on a course of 071 magnetic for 10.3 miles is that feeder segment from Wilma to Seal Beach. Now, feeder routes get you to the initial approach fix. An excellent question was just asked by Ordinary. Is the feeder route displayed on the IFR low en route chart? Okay, so the answer is yes, if it is a DME arc, and sometimes yes if it's not. So like sometimes yes. This right here, the 071 is an airway actually. The 251 radial from Seal Beach is what this is. It's on this is a 071 course to Seal Beach. If you look at the low en route chart down here in LA and you type in SLI for the Seal Beach VOR, you will see that this is Victor 64. This is an actual airway. And so that is depicted as such, you know, but not always. If you look at the VOR, this right here, this is always going to be depicted on a low en route chart. This is not a navigable course. You'll notice that this is just a radial. This is not a feeder route. This is not a feeder route. But it is an airway. If you look at the 179 radial from Paso Robles, between Paso Robles and Morro Bay, MQO, it is an airway. So in that regard, you know, this isn't a feeder route, but here's an example of a feeder route that is charted just by virtue of that being an airway at the same time. Not all feeder routes are charted though. But anytime you're talking about a DME arc, this radial right here that defines where the initial approach fix is charted on the low en route chart. Same thing here with the 077 to Jebno. That's an airway. So I hope that answers your question. I can answer that a little bit better if you're confused. Just let me know. So that's the feeder route. The feeder route terminates at the initial approach fix. The initial approach fix marks the beginning of the initial segment. All right, that initial segment begins at the intermediate or at the initial approach fix, and it terminates at the intermediate fix. Now, the intermediate, I should say the initial segment, in this case, you will see that there is no intermediate fix actually. There is no IF. There's just this feeder route, this IAF. So we would need to look to the profile view actually for more information on this, you know, what's going on here. But I can tell you this, that let's say you start at Wilma and you cross Seal Beach and you get on this is a procedure turn. We'll talk about that in a second. But what you're going to do is cross Seal Beach, turn outbound to re-intercept, go outbound, come back around, and then come in that way. And then there's the airport. So the final or the initial segment begins when you cross the initial approach fix, you come back around to re-intercept, and you go outbound, and you start this procedure turn. The intermediate segment begins once you start your turn inbound and you start getting that positive course guidance. As that needle starts coming in centered and you turn to track the inbound course to the final approach fix, that is your intermediate segment, even though there's not an intermediate fix. So that's kind of an interesting thing. Whenever you're talking about a procedure turn like this, where you're going outbound, 45 for 1 minute, come back around, and then re-intercept, the initial segment ends right there. And as you turn around and you start tracking inbound, that is the intermediate segment. Okay? Now, the intermediate segment terminates at the final approach fix. The final approach fix is the beginning of the final segment. So where the intermediate segment terminates marks the beginning of the final segment. You can't, it's kind of hard to tell here because you see the Seal Beach as an initial approach fix, but it's also a final approach fix in this case. You're gonna, we talked about how getting on the initial segment is here, you come back around, and then boom, you're on the intermediate, you're descending, and now you're on this final approach course, crossing what's the final approach fix, and now between the final approach fix and the missed approach point, you're on the final segment. The final segment begins at the final approach fix and terminates at the missed approach point. Now, the missed approach point we can define in a couple of different ways depending on what type of approach we're doing. But either way, the missed approach point, however it's defined, the missed approach point is the point at which you need to have met your 3 criteria for operating below your DA or your MDA, your decision out. You need to have met your 3 criteria for descending lower below that minimum altitude. And that what that criteria is defined by 91.175. But if you don't have that criteria to continue down below, lower than that minimum altitude, then when you have reached your missed approach point, then if you don't have that criteria by the missed approach point, then you begin your missed approach procedure. And that missed approach procedure, that missed approach segment begins at the missed approach point and it terminates at the missed approach fix. Now that missed approach segment is denoted not by bold or heavy weighted arrows, but this broken dotted arrow, just like the missed approach hold is shown as a broken line as well. So those are the different segments of the approach, where they begin, where they terminate, and some examples of an intermediate segment with no intermediate fix in the case of a procedure turn. Let's continue to arm ourselves with some more vocabulary. We've talked about segments of the approach. What's the purpose of an intermediate segment? The intermediate segment provides so the purpose of an intermediate segment is you are typically continuing to descend to some altitude where you are getting ready to intercept a glide slope. And in the intermediate segment, you are allowed less, a smaller required obstacle clearance than in the initial segment. So in the initial segment, you've got 1,000 feet of required obstacle clearance, but in the intermediate segment, it's 500 feet. So, so your phenomenal question, would a DME arc be an intermediate segment? Let's take a look. We've got the intermediate or the initial approach fix right here at Jeji, right? So we know that until exupy, until we start making our turn inbound, we know that we are on the initial segment. There's no... We know that the initial segment begins at the initial approach fix. We see no other fixes on this arc. You might, on some DME arcs that are gnarly, you have fixes on the arc. You might be maintaining the same DME, but Captain Seppi in the house. What up? It's all right, man. The dude. Really, the rug really tied the room together is all I have to say. So ordinary, back to what you were saying, this would definitely be the initial segment. Yeah, tonight we're using a DME arc right as an example right now, but tonight's all about instrument approaches. So I mean, we're gonna try and get through what we can, but we got a long ground ahead of us. Especially we're an hour and a half already in. We got some slides to get through. So here's your initial segment. And then after XZP, you're on intermediate segment. So it's 1,000-foot clearance of obstacles in this area minimum. And you've got 500 feet on the intermediate segment. Now, I can show you an example of a DME arc where there's an initial segment on the actual arc itself, and then you're going to cross one of these radials is going to mark a turn 10, twist 10. You know it. One of these radios is going to mark a fix on the arc, where beyond that fix, like that's an intermediate fix. So from that point on, you are permitted to probably it's a step down. You're able to go to a lower altitude, but you're also afforded 500 feet clearance now. So I hope that answers your question. There are cases where on the arc you may actually be still on the arc and on an intermediate segment, whereas with this so you got it. Okay, so we talked about the segments of the approach and how they're symbolized on the chart. What are some of the clearance obstacle clearance requirements, or I should say required obstacle clearance requirements for each segment. But now let's talk about like what are these altitudes, because these are very important to the way that we brief our approach, and just make sure that when we are cleared for an approach, like when ATC you are cleared for the approach, that you are understanding that they're saying you are permitted to go down to the minimum altitude for the segment of the approach that you are currently on. And if you are on this intermediate fix between Driffy and Zilba at 25 or 3,000 feet, and you're cleared for the approach, you're not hanging out at 3,000 feet. You're cleared down to, in this case, 2,000 feet. So let's talk about some of these minimum altitudes and heights. We already kind of alluded to them. This is the height of the altitude of the not the height, it's the altitude of the final approach fix, the FAF. It's important to know what defines the final approach fix, okay? So for a precision approach, for an ILS, the definition of the final approach fix, you would say, where's the final approach fix on this approach? It would be tempted to say, oh, it's at Zilba. It's at Zilba at 2,000. No, negative. No matter what, on an ILS, the final approach fix is the point at which you have glide slope intercept at the prescribed altitude. That is the final approach fix. In this case, you got this lightning bolt arrow right here to denote that. In this case, it's glide slope intercept at 2,000 feet. That at 2,000 feet on glide slope, you have now, once you're at 2,000 feet, right, and you got that glide slope coming in, and boom, there it is. Now you're at your final approach fix. It's true that you will also be at Zilba, but Zilba is not the final approach fix for the ILS. It happens to be the case that that the final approach fix for the localizer is co-located with the final approach fix for the ILS. It happens to be the case that they are co-located. That Zilba is a, I want to say the 243 radial from Seal Beach, and you can identify it using 6 DME from the localizer into Torrance. You should, if you're at 2,000 feet at 6 DME, you should also have glide slope intercept. Those should all line up, but it's important to know that glide slope, or the final approach fix for an ILS, is glide slope intercept at the prescribed altitude. Whereas, you know, we've got a different way of identifying the final approach fix for a non-precision approach, right? So, Captain Seppi, go ahead. By the way, this would be a great this is a great example of why I think next month I'm gonna set, maybe later this month, I'm gonna continue setting up my Patreon, so where, like, if you guys want to pay for Patreon, I'll open up a Zoom class and we can just like talk, you know what I mean? And that's what you would be paying for. So absolutely gonna do that, you know. Whereas, oh, you know what? Actually, is my Discord open? Hold on. I want to make sure that I am attentive in the Discord as well. So question, why would you not just say that the final approach fix is the X? Okay. All right, nice. Cool. So, that's a great question. And if the question was, where is the final approach fix for the localizer, that would be the answer. You would say that the X marks Zilba, you know, that the X, that is the symbol for the final approach fix for the non-precision approach. And that X is Zilba, and you will be at that X when you cross the 243 radial from Seal Beach, and or you're at 6 DME from the localizer. Let me show you an example of where you would have a final approach fix and not have an X. Because it's a great question that you're asking. Van Nuys has a ILS Yankee and a Zulu, right? The precision is just before the X typically. Well, around here you have a lot of co-located final approach fixes for the non-precision and the precision approach. But check this out. No X, right? Why is there no X? Well, because it's only an ILS. It's not a localizer. There's no localizer minimums. It's only straight in ILS. So, there's that's the reason why there's no X. And then you kind of then you come here to a non-precision approach. You come down here to the VOR runway 30. Look at this. No lightning bolt. No lightning bolt, and also no glide slope, right? There's no glide slope fan right there. All you have is the X, and that X is marked as the Seal Beach Vortac. So, phenomenal question. Great question. Alrighty. We have some viewers in here actually right now. If you could let me know in the chat if you could imagine a world where you pay a Patreon for Zoom classes, where you're actually in class with me and it's face to face and we can answer questions. I mean, you'll be in with other people, you know, you'll be in there with however many people are on Patreon, but it would be like a classroom setting. So, you know, that would actually be really cool. Just let me know in the chat if anybody in here would be interested in doing that. Okay, so we've got the final approach fix defined now. Okay, whether it's precision or non-precision approach. This is a great lecture, by the way. If you don't already have your notebook out, have your notes out. You know. Now, the decision altitude, the DA, is the decision altitude. That is the decision altitude, not these. Not these. This one specifically for the ILS is a decision altitude. Anytime you've got electronic vertical guidance down to a minimum altitude, you're gonna see it referred to as a decision altitude. I'm carefully using these words because yes, the minimum altitude on a precision approach is considered a DA, but then you go look at, for example, the RNAV runway 29 right into, the RNAV runway 29 right into Torrance, right? There's the RNAV 29 right. This is an area navigation, a GPS approach. It's a WAS approach, but this is very much a non-precision approach. Look at what's going on here. It's a DA. The localizer performance with vertical guidance minimums, it takes you down to what's called a DA. Same thing with the LNAV, VNAV. Why is that called a DA if it's a non-precision approach? Well, you've got electronic vertical guidance that it's allowing you to get down there. Now, well then why is it considered a non-precision approach? Well, because on an ILS, you're going down to a physical antenna that's at the far end of the runway, and as you get closer and closer, it's getting exponentially more and more sensitive. Okay? Versus on an LPV approach, this is a GPS approach. What they're doing is satellites are involved in the generation of this electronic vertical guidance. So there is no increasing sensitivity beyond the sensitivity that this IFR certified GPS has to have on that final segment. That does, the sensitivity does increase for WAS approaches. You do have an increase in sensitivity from the en route structure to the arrival area to the terminal or the approach area. As you're getting closer and closer in, yeah, you're getting more and more sensitive. But at a certain point, the sensitivity caps off at 0.3 of a mile either side of the airway, a certain type of accuracy. Versus as you get closer and closer to that antenna on the ground on an ILS, that is ever increasing sensitivity. So the difference between precision and non-precision isn't necessarily electronic vertical guidance or not. It's what is the source of that electronic vertical guidance? Is it an antenna where sensitivity is ever increasing, or is it a satellite that's miles and miles up or a collection rather? WAS is a collection of satellites working together to pinpoint your position and say, yeah, within a certain degree of pretty ridiculous accuracy, you're totally right there, and you can go down to this, follow that glide slope down, right? So now, because of that accuracy, what's even more confusing is look at this RNAV. Let's look at the comparison. The ILS for Torrance gets you how low? Somebody in the chat, how high above the ground does the ILS get us? How high above the ground? Dude, I can't wait for my new mic stand to come tomorrow. I can't, 280, right? 284 to be precise, right? 284 above the ground. Okay? 284 above the ground. Remember that. Look at this. The LPV gets you lower than the ILS, actually. That's crazy, actually. I didn't know that. I think that this has maybe recently changed or something. This is a non-precision approach. It gets you down 270 feet above the ground. Let's see here. You know what? Actually, hold on. I just want to check something really quick. Yeah. Yeah. This is the height above the touchdown zone. If you do 367 minus 97, that's 270. So I was thinking maybe it's like the field elevation, but no, that would actually be more. So yeah, this actually, the LPV gets you down lower than the ILS. So explain that. I don't have a great explanation for that, but that's pretty wild. This is still considered a precision approach. So there you go. RNAV's getting pretty crazy out there. So okay. Meanwhile, that's a DA. LPV is a non-precision approach, but it's also considered a DA as well as the. Oh, nice. Thursday 2 to 4. 1 to 4. Oh, October 14th. Ooh, cool. My buddy is setting me up with a student of his for a stage check for their solo. It's going to be cool. All right. So this number right here associated with an ILS is a decision altitude. Same thing with an LPV. I have a separate lecture, by the way, for RNAV approaches. So we'll talk about that another time. This is just your regular kind of like standard types of approach types. And, every day RNAV is becoming a standard. So, I mean, I'm just saying, but this is using radio, like, navigation. This is your traditional, like, approaches. This is your DA in contrast to your MDA, your minimum descent altitude. And, the thing to know about the minimum descent altitude is in the final approach area, the MDA, and I had to recently look this up because I was forgetting of what the clearance was, but I have no problem sharing that. We all need to like look up certain things. 300-foot clearance around the highest obstacle in the area. 300-foot clearance. So it's the same with the circling MDA. Remember, we said circling is 300-foot clearance in that in the radius, that 1.3 mile radius from the approach end of the runway. So these are your minimum descent altitude. That's your decision altitude and your minimum descent altitude. Okay. These are altitudes, right? The decision altitude, minimum descent altitude. These are going to be numbers on a properly calibrated altimeter. Okay. The visual descent point. This is where this is a point on a non-precision approach, non-regulatory. This is not the point at which you need to have your 3 criteria to opt. This is not your MDA. Okay. This is a point defined on the final segment. The point at which it would be really nice to see something. This is the point at which if you do not see something, you're going to want to start thinking about your missed approach procedure pretty quick here, because the VDP, the visual descent point, will be the point that you want to proceed on a normal glide slope, on a normal 3-degree glide path, down to the, using visual cues down to the runway. Ideally, you can either see the VASI or the PAPI, and you can start transitioning to the visual portion of that final segment. So the visual descent point, the visual descent point, the VDP, is the point beyond which you should be able to make a descent and landing on the run down to the runway using a normal 3-degree glide path, or whatever glide path the VASI or the PAPI have for you. Captain, I get it, the devil's in the details, but I never really got why the charts are giving you a DA of something like 284 and a half when you can't measure 6 inches with an altimeter. GPS will also show whole feet and not inches. No. So, right. So, you're talking about like 381 and a half, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like in this case right here? Yeah. Um, Riley, October 21st. Okay, cool. That half is half of a mile of visibility. You know what I'm saying? That should clear that up for you. That's not half of a foot. It's not saying 381 and a half. What it's saying is 381 feet and then a half a mile visibility. Unless I'm misunderstanding your question and like if you're aware of that already. Man, I could go for some Chipotle right now, by the way, if anybody wants to bring me some. So I hope that answers your question there. So that's what you just can't be thrown off, can you? Oh, I sure can. I sure can, and I enjoy the student interactions that where I am thrown off. Actually, that's always really interesting. I used to teach. I was the chief ground instructor at my previous flight school, and during COVID, they had me teaching this very class, the whole instrument rating, um, and on Zoom. And at one point, I had 200 students in my class. I had 15 in person, and then I had 200 or 100 and whatever on 180 or something on virtually on Zoom. And yeah, I'd get some stuff wrong, and some students would be reading their King School or their Sporties and be like, "I thought it said this," and I'm like, "You're right," you know. And I really like those. I really like those moments. Bringfield Chipotle if I'm ever flying to LA. Got it. Boom! Beardsley, you know it, bud. Dude, if I could get a double meat bowl, no rice, no beans, so like low carb. If I could get everything on that damn thing, dude. Uh, all 3 salsas, dude. You get some veggies on there. Sour cream, cheese, guac, lettuce. Oops. Yummy, dude. Okay. So that's what the VDP is. The minimum safe altitude is if you are without course guidance. Like, let's say, oh, if you don't know, I'm a joker and I've been known to make odd comments to make people think, what the hell, now and then. I apologize. I like it, dude. I really like it. I like it. Um, oh, yeah, you know what? Dr. Seppi, you or Captain Seppi, you were the one who actually you said you've been flying for 40 years actually, right? So I think I'm like these aren't real questions, I think, is what I'm gathering. Chris Steve, since I was 15, shit. Well, I'm glad to see that I'm doing okay. Is PDX to LA too long for my long instrument rating cross country? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, you can do whatever you want, dude. Now I will say that it is totally excessive, you know. But if you're up for like, well, in that case, no, I think that's the perfect distance. Um, and yeah, man, I know there's a good Chipotle near like Torrance Airport. If you want to have that be one of your 3 landings, you do that ILS into Torrance. You pick up one of those bad boys, and then you do the ODP out of there, and you come land at Fullerton, I guess. I'll meet you over there. Um, so, yeah, the minimum safe altitude is if you have no course guidance, like if you are on a circling approach, you lose the airport, and you're, well, you're going to go execute the missed approach, but if you get lost somehow, and you are lost comm and you are just in a bad spot and you are not having any guidance, like maybe you never intercept, you never intercept your this would be like a lost comm situation for sure, because if you weren't lost comm, you'd be back on with your approach controller or your center controller, and then they're going to give you a minimum altitude. But oh my god, dude, they're like keep updating this thing. She's got like a lot of different flights with me. That's wild. Dude, what's the story here? In a lost comm situation where you are not sure where you are, or you're not sure you're not on a particular segment, the MSA is going to give you minimum of 1,000-foot clearance from the highest obstacle within 25 nautical miles. That's what the MSA is. So you want to brief the MSA. You'll notice in this example, not all of them look like this, but they're usually built around a VOR, or in the case of like an RNAV approach, like it's like maybe built around a fix, like a GPS fix. Or I've also seen the MSA built around like a marker beacon. So could be a couple different things, but the idea is like 25 miles radius from this one defined point. There might be mountains, or there might be something that, and so what they're saying is if you're in this if you're within these sectors, you got to be at these minimum altitudes, so that within 25 miles you are at least 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle. That's good to know. And then you can kind of collect yourself and get to where you're going, right? But you know that you're not going to hit anything. Okay. So those are altitudes. Okay, those are all altitudes, right? The minimum safe altitude, the decision altitude, the minimum descent altitude. Okay. The VDP is the altitude at which you can proceed down to the landing, an approach and land on a normal glide slope, right? The heights, on the other hand, these are heights above something, like we were saying. These are heights, like if you look at this this straight in ILS runway 29er right minimum, right there. Captain Seppi, are you CFI? You're like a double I? This straight in on the ILS 29er right, this is a DA of 381, half a mile visibility. 284, it's a height above the touchdown zone. The height above the touchdown zone. Same thing with the straight in on the localizer 29er right. Remember we said anytime you're straight in to a runway, the height value right here is with respect to the touchdown zone of that runway. Dude, this dude who I work with, he's a flight instructor. He wants me to, help with his student on her stage check, and she's booking me for like 10 flights, dude, for like 10 lessons. Okay. Zach, what's up, dude? It's going pretty good, man, considering my like mic stand is like busted. And I can't like have it a good distance away from my mouth. I just turned up the gain, and hopefully it's like sounding okay. But got a new one coming tomorrow, man. Hanging in there. Beautiful night. We're talking about instrument approaches. So, yeah, good stuff. Long lecture, dude. You know what I mean? I might have to like break this up and like go fly the sim after a certain point, because yeah, there's some stuff left, dude. So these are heights, and if anytime the minimums are with respect to the straight in to a runway, the height is above the touchdown zone of that runway. That's height above touchdown zone is the HAT. That's comparison to an HAA, the height above the airport elevation. As we said, with a circling maneuver, they have to provide you with minimums, not knowing what runway you're going to go to. And all they know is if you're circling and you're category A based on your speed, that within 1.3 miles radius of the approach end of that of any of those runways, you need to be at least you need to have at least 300-foot clearance from the highest obstacle in that radius for any of the runways. So in that regard, all they can do, the best they can do, is give you the height above the airport elevation. So that's why these values will be different, right? If you look at Torrance, look at the localizer versus the circling minimums. 640 is the MDA in both cases, the minimum descent altitude in both cases, but the height are different numbers, right? The height are two different numbers, even though the MDAs are the same. It's because the heights are based on two different points. Okay. Some other symbology. We've got the glide slope, the descent angle. This is the angle that the glide slope is has you coming down. So it's instead of a 3-degree glide slope is your typical slope. This is a 3.4. It's kind of steeper than normal. Pretty significantly steeper, actually. And the VASI is even steeper, actually. The VASI is 4 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. So the glide slope and the vertical approach slope indicator are not coincident. This is a 3.4 degree glide slope that you're following actually down on your VOR instrument. But once you start seeing the VASI, that slope is actually steeper. And the reason why is because you have a refinery right there. You have a refinery right there, and so you can't go down, you're not afforded the same amount of clearance. That's why, even though it's an ILS, 284 is actually not, you got almost another 100 feet to go on normal ILSs. Down, normally an ILS gets you 100 or 200 feet above the ground and half a mile visibility. So, yeah, with that refinery right there, that's the biggest issue. This is the threshold crossing height. This is the height on glide slope that you're going to be crossing the threshold in feet, 52 feet, threshold crossing height. Some other approach chart concerns. We're just talking about approach chart symbols and concerns right now before we look at some specific examples. Cold temperature limitations will be, if applicable, will be in the notes section of this approach. This is the notes section. Remember, this is the briefing strip up here, the pilot briefing. And the snowflake of death is what I like to call it, Snowflake of death, which I love. That's be an awesome band name, by the way. Just now realizing that. Snowflake of death indicates the temperature that if the temperature is at or below if the temperature at the airport is, or near the airport is at or below the prescribed altitude or the prescribed temperature here, we need to consult the cold temperature error table to determine how we are going to fly this approach, because as we know, maybe we don't know, for those of you that don't know, there are certain errors with the altimeter that we can correct for and certain errors that we cannot correct for. The Colesman window, the altimeter setting, is a way to calibrate the instrument for non-standard pressure. We do not have a way to calibrate the instrument for non-standard temperature. And the problem with really, really cold temperatures is that there is such a dramatic reduction in the pressure of that air. By it being super cold, those air molecules are lacking so much of their kinetic energy that the pressure has gone down so low that the altimeter actually thinks that you are profoundly higher than you actually are, like substantially higher. So that let's see here. So yeah, the problem is Proto Man, what's up? Welcome to Instrument Approach Procedures Night. So Yeah, if we see this on the, and Zach, you might see this on some of those approaches near you. This is Aspen, Colorado. Yeah, so as that temperature drops, the altimeter, the pressure drops as well, and the altimeter thinks that you're higher than you really are, and so there's a tendency to descend to the altitude, the indicated altitude that you're supposed to be at. But the problem is because of that temperature error, you are now just that much more below the altitude you're supposed to be at. So what you need to do at a certain at or below a certain temperature, depending on the height that we're talking about, we need to add that number of feet to the indicated indicated altitude. So, like for example, if we're talking about, let's say that we're talking about a segment that is 1,000 feet above the ground. All right, and you get the ATIS report at the airport that it's actually minus 30. It's actually colder than the temperature on the limit right there. It's actually colder than that. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to 30 minus 30, and you're gonna find the 1,000 feet height right here. The heights are above on the top, and the temperatures are on the side. So 1,000 feet, 30 right there. You're gonna add 190 feet to whatever the minimums are, to whatever that minimum is, right? So if it's 1,000-foot height, now you're actually going to fly basically 1,200 feet indicated, because at 1,200 feet indicated, if it's really that cold, 1,200 feet indicated, you're actually 1,000 feet. So, if you're coming down on a DA. Well, this is a VOR DME approach, right? So it's going to be an MDA. It's going to be a non-precision approach. This is an MDA, a minimum descent altitude. Let's say that MDA is 500-foot height above the touchdown zone, right? Or it's a VOR approach. So it's a VOR. I want to say Charlie or something. So we know that if it's a Alpha, a Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, something in the front of the alphabet, that there are no straight-in minimums. This is a circling-only approach, which means that this is a height above the airport that we're talking about. Okay, so if we're coming down on that MDA and that height above the airport is 500 feet, and it's that 30 Celsius, right? 500 feet, 30 Celsius. We're gonna stop our descent at 600 feet. And assess if we have the criteria or not. So this is important that you understand we are adding to the indicated altitude because the cold temperature errors of the altimeter are so substantial, they will put you lower than you should be. And what that means, of course, that's problematic because now you are not afforded the same obstacle clearance requirements for that particular segment of the approach. So cold temperature limits, you got to know where they are at. Okay, so looking at the approach, let's start breaking this thing down in terms of 5As. Okay, so we're coming up to our airport. We've got the ATIS. ATIS is 125.6. We're going to put that in COM 2 because ATIS and ground go in COM 2. We get that altimeter setting. We brief the approach. Okay, like we said, we're current and correct. Really, the real way to do this, by the way, disclaimer, is from top to bottom, left to right, right? So this is sort of the abbreviated version of the approach briefing. Current and correct. How low? We're going to be intercepting the glide slope at 2,000 feet, down on straight in on the ILS 29er right to 381 on the altimeter, and with half a mile visibility and 284 above the ground. How long? If we're doing the non-precision approach, it's going to take us 3 minutes and 25 seconds at 90 knots. But the missed approach point, we have to be able to identify the missed approach point not only on the localizer on the non-precision approach, but what is the missed approach point on the precision approach? The missed approach point on the precision approach is 381 on the glide slope. Remember, what was the final approach fix? The definition of the final approach fix for a precision approach? Glide slope intercept at the prescribed altitude. Well, then what defines the missed approach point on a precision approach? It's 381. It's when you're actually at 381 on the altimeter on the glide slope. That is the definition of the missed approach point on the precision approach. The definition of the missed approach point in this case on the non-precision approach is once 3 minutes and 25 seconds have gone by. Okay. Captain says, on a serious note, if you apply cold temperature compensation, do you still need to tell ATC that you are, and also tell them the number you are adjusting? I have not flown in areas like that for a long time, and I never have. And I want to say that, yes, you would, because if they are looking at you, they're going to show. Now, what's interesting is I believe what they show in terms of the transponder shows pressure altitude. So that is the altitude that you're at, correct, above the standard datum plane. So I want to say that that they are showing your pressure altitude. Either way, I would let them know, be like, look, it's really cold outside. We're applying the cold temperature. We're here level at 1300, with 1,000 feet minimum. We're over here at 1300 indicated with the temperature error. So where do you get that cold weather chart? Is that in the AIM? I want to say it is in the AIM, but this chart right here is in the front of the terminal procedures publication. If you open up an FAA TERPS terminal procedures publication, you flip through the first few pages in the front, where it's kind of like around the legend and the ILS inoperative equipment. Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can show you. The TERPS is the terminal. The terminal procedures publication, the TPP, and I'm gonna see if I have one actually handy. Terminal procedures. So let me see about opening. Got all these cover letters and resumes. Let's see here. I could have swore that I had one. It's probably not the 2018 tax return. Probably not that. Yeah, let's see. What was the minimum for the tax return? Good one. What was the minimums for the tax return? You went and missed on your 2021? Yeah. Dude, I could have swore I had one, but maybe not. Chart supplement for sure. Weird. Okay. Yeah, you know the terminal procedures publication. It's a white book. If you Google FAA terminal procedures publication, you can see which one is for your area, and yeah, just flip to the front of that and you'll see embedded in the front section is the cold temperature limits. Okay, so the approach brief has been done. We really want that top to bottom, left to right situation. But if you're really pressed for time, correct and current, how low are you going? Glide slope intercept at this altitude. or how low is identify the final approach fix as well as the missed approach point and the minimums. How long is it going to take you to get to your missed approach point, and really defining the missed approach point in some way. Is it time? Is it the DA on the glide slope? Like defining that. How correct and current? How low? How long? Correct and current? How low? How long? And which way? Which way are we turning? And basically briefing your missed approach. Now, if you're in a bind, if you're really like pressed for time, which way really should at least be what's your first move on the missed approach procedure? But you really take the time to brief that missed approach. Wee. You guys, my girlfriend is awesome. All right. Sweet. Okay. Now, so approach briefing is complete. Avionics. We're setting up our nav comm. We're saying, okay, localizer DME. We're tuning into for this ILS into Torrance. We're tuning into 111.9 on our nav 1. At some point, depending on where we actually are, we could be tracking a VOR and it's not time. We want to put that in the standby, maybe, it depends on how far out you are, If you're Chris Steve coming down here and bringing me Chipotle, you probably don't want to be tuning into 111.9 right away, right? Because you're going to be tracking all these VORs all the way down here, and you're going to be, getting set. But once you are being given headings and vectors to final for an intercept on that ILS, yeah, you definitely want to have that locked and loaded, ready to go. Okay. As well as the approach controller. If you're talking to an approach controller, if you are talking to the appropriate approach controller, like if you're on with 127.2 and you're going, assuming you're going over to 129 right, you can bet that the next person they're going to hand you off to is the tower. So you can set up your avionics and have that tower frequency 133.075. You have that tower frequency ready on standby. If you're not talking to 127.2, maybe you're talking to 125.35, or maybe you're talking to 134.9, if you've got some other controllers to go, yeah, it's not a good idea really to put the tower in the standby yet, because you can see this is your approach controller that's going to hand you off to the tower. So if you're not talking to them yet, you still got a couple of frequencies left to go. And if in doubt, ask the approach controller that you're talking to. So once your avionics are set up, you're going to go through your aircraft configuration and your descent check and your pre-landing check. So what are the different types of approaches? We've got the ILS that we've been talking about, right? We've got the localizer type approaches, which are, it's the ILS but without the glide slope. VOR approaches, extremely popular approach type in the United States. And that's a pretty straightforward non-precision approach where you're going to be tracking to and or from a VOR to a runway, or not, or to an airport. It could be a circling only approach. We looked at the VOR Alpha is a great example. The VOR Alpha into Fullerton is a alpha, right? It's an alpha approach. Or the VOR Bravo into Paso Robles. These are circling only approaches utilizing the VOR, and it's a to or from. This happens to be a VOR approach that is straight in to a runway. It's within 30 degrees of the final approach course of the extended center line of that runway. So that actually is, this is a VOR with straight in minimums. That's actually pretty cool. So the ILS, the localizer, the VOR. The localizer type directional aid. I can't tell you how happy I am to remember what that stands for, because time and time again I forget what it actually stands for. But yeah, localizer type directional aid. This is essentially a localizer that's like offset. It's an offset localizer that is not aligned with the center line of that runway enough to be considered a localizer. So, you know, it's off center by too much. Then you've got some crazy shit like the contact approach. Contact approach. We've got surveillance contact approaches. These are types of approaches where, as we are getting closer to the airport, we may be able to proceed visually by either following an aircraft in, or maybe if we can see the ground and we have enough visibility around us to remain clear of obstacles, we can request a contact approach where it's up to us to navigate visually in extremely reduced visibility conditions to the airport. And really what this should be used for only is in an emergency situation. But we're going to talk about all these different approach types. And then you got the RNAV GPS, totally separate lecture on RNAV GPS approaches. Okay. Before we really start talking about the ILS, though, we need to kind of acquaint ourselves with different types of course reversals. And course reversals are ways that we can kind of like, you know, in a car you might hang a UE, right? You would like turn around or whatever at a light that lets you turn around. So these course reversals allow us to turn us around and get us on the final approach course. The first is very often used, and that is the procedure turn. So you're going to be going outbound. It would be like on this right here. Any moment now. Okay, you see this right here? So you're going to be going, remember we said Wilma on this feeder route? You're going to be going from Wilma on this feeder to the initial approach fix, Seal Beach, go outbound, and then do a procedure turn to come back around on. Now you're on the intermediate segment to cross the final approach fix, and then this is your final segment. So this maneuver right here to turn around, go out on a 45 for 1 minute, do a 180 degree turn to the reciprocal heading of your outbound 155, you turn to a reciprocal heading of 335 to re-intercept and track inbound. It's called a procedure turn, and the procedure turn is a type of course reversal. And that is what we're talking about. We're outbound 1 minute, 180, and then boom, you're coming in like that. The holding pattern in lieu of a procedure turn is another type of course reversal that allows the pilot to perform a holding pattern entry and do that the holding pattern entry maneuver that's appropriate for the direction that you're coming to that fix from. That holding pattern entry maneuver serves as the course reversal, actually. So like, let's say that you were coming from the northeast. You're going to go and cross this beacon right here and then enter teardrop, let's say, and then now you're on the final approach course, right? If you're coming in from here, you know, you'll enter parallel, come around that way, and then now you're on the final approach course, you know, or whatever. The cool thing about the holding pattern in lieu of a procedure turn is it allows people to hold right there and potentially be stacked higher and higher and higher for their turn in line for the final segment, right? So that's kind of nice, very versatile. We talked about holding patterns and DME arcs in a previous lecture. Finally, the lesser known or like the lesser used course reversal is the teardrop, where it's going to be outbound usually for 1 minute, and then a turn inbound to the final approach course, unless otherwise specified. And so, yeah, you typically don't see that. This is a pretty interesting one where it's like you'll cross the Lincoln VOR go outbound on a 324, make your turn inbound, and then along right here you would be switching over to the localizer as a primary, right? You're going outbound on Lincoln as a primary VOR, and then once you're done and you start making your turn, you're gonna have the localizer on standby. Now it's switched into active as you're making this turn because you're turning to intercept. So teardrop procedure is less known. I wonder if they would require 2 VORs for that. Probably. I would have to look at the notes for that approach. Usually something like that, yeah, they're going to require 2 VORs. The other reason for requiring dual VORs, simultaneous, they're going to say required simultaneous monitoring of this VOR and this localizer are required, is because you might be tracking the localizer for the airport, but the step downs and the fixes are actually with respect to a VOR that is not that's not at the airport. We see that actually with the localizer into Hawthorne. So, and I want to say Oakland as well, if I'm not mistaken, but they're all over like where it's like that. Okay, so the barbed arrow indicates the direction of the outbound course on which the procedure turn is made. So you want to turn, all this means is that when you make your turn back toward the inbound course, you want to turn inbound to the, away from the barb. That's all. The headings are given. They're shown there, like on a 295 and a 115. They take the guesswork out of like what the reciprocals need to be. Yeah, so if it says no PT, then there's no procedure turn allowed. This is an example of the ILS into Long Beach. And you can refer to 91-175 for the answer to the knowledge test question as to when is a procedure turn not required or not authorized. No, when it says no PT when being given radar vectors, and for timed approaches. So, matter of fact, I think I want to make sure that this hasn't changed. Let's see here. So regs, and we are chapter 1, part 91. And we are 91, 175 is going to be that reg. So that's going to be flight rules. 91, 175. Actually, I'm going to go back. I'm just going to open that up. 91, 175. Oh, it's all under the instrument flight rules regs. And we're just going to go all the way down here. We got the RVR table right there. Limitations on procedure turn. So in the case of radar vectors to final approach course, timed approach from a holding fix, or an approach from which the procedure specifies no PT, no pilot may make a procedure turn unless cleared to do so by ATC. So there you have it. And that's a question for sure on the knowledge test. There we go. All right. Procedure turns are done with 1,000-foot clearance from obstacles in this protected area. Okay. Yeah, so holding patterns in lieu of a procedure turn, these are going to be established over a final approach fix usually, or some intermediate fix. This is an example actually of a holding pattern over a final approach fix. Even though this says initial approach fix, what happens is you've got, let's say that Syracuse VOR was the final approach fix. what you would do, or the initial approach fix for you, like if you were cleared direct to Syracuse and then you're cleared for the VOR runway 15 into Syracuse Airport, you cross that fix, you're on the initial segment for the entry, and once you make your turn around to get that positive course guidance on your way in, you're on the initial segment. That initial segment terminates at the final approach fix, which again is here at Syracuse, and then crossing Syracuse VOR, this is your final segment. So that actually is a final approach fix as well. You see that with the ILS runway 30 into Long Beach with Seal Beach as an initial approach fix. You see that with the VOR Alpha into Fullerton as the Seal Beach as the final approach, is the initial approach fix. These are examples where it's an initial approach. Oh, actually, no. The ILS 30 into Long Beach is not a good example of that. But the an example of a VOR being used for an initial approach fix and a final approach fix together, definitely VOR Alpha into Fullerton. Many VOR approaches actually incorporate this, for sure. All right, let's talk about this ILS. We see here that we're coming down. This is super foggy. This is the approach light system right here. We can see that we're a little bit below the glide slope and a little bit to the right of center. So that's no surprise there. We see 3 red and 1 white. So this is the dimensions of the final approach area that I was talking about. That within the final approach area, if you are on the final segment, you've got 300 feet of clearance, and down to that at your MDA, you've got a minimum of 300 feet clearance. Intermediate segments have 500 feet clearance, and initial segments have 1,000 foot clearance. So we got some dimensions here. We've got some different components to the ILS. Okay, we're talking about the ILS first. So the different types of guidance that you've got, and then what I think we'll do is we'll actually leave it here. We'll just study the ILS, and we'll go in the sim and we'll actually fly an ILS. So because yeah, we're going on 2.5 hours right here. I gotta make some coffee and then we'll get the sim fired up. Because we could just keep talking about VOR approaches, localizer approaches, and stuff. Like, there's so much to talk about. But in any event, ILS is like the real deal. So, yeah, lateral guidance is what we mean by lateral guidance is the guidance that you're getting that aligns you with the runway. So this lateral guidance is done by the localizer. You tune into the localizer, and it's that vertical needle that, you know, aligns you with that center line. If your vertical needle is a little bit off, then you're not totally lined up with the runway. These dimensions are important. You've got 35 degrees either side of the center line. Out to 10 miles, you can start getting this this localizer, and then out to 18 miles, within 10 degrees of that center line, you got a really strong center line signal. Sometimes it can even go further. But now the truth is too, is you very well might get start picking up the signals from this. Let's say you're on like a downwind for this localizer approach, or for this ILS approach, you're on a downwind, right? It's possible that right out here, you're starting to get a strong signal from that antenna, and your flag goes away. That does mean that you can tune into it. You can select that nav1 to listen to the Morse code, and I properly identify that localizer, and then yeah. So, but yeah. So you just want to be aware of these dimensions right here, that it kind of fans out. The really interesting thing about the localizer that's less talked about is what it is you've got 2 signals that overlap each other, and each of these signals is at a different frequency. And where these signals overlap, where these 2 lobes overlap, that is really what your VOR instrument in localizer mode is able to decipher. And what it reads is this equi signal between the 150 hertz and the 90 hertz. And as you deviate from that center line, and that frequency starts going up or going down toward 150 or toward 90, then it's interpreted as left or right of center. But that's really what's going on, is there are two competing signals that are overlapping, and then as you deviate, you're getting closer and closer to into that 150 or that 90 hertz zone, and then it's able to differentiate that. Very similar situation with the glide slope. So, like the localizer, the localizer is a signal from a physical antenna at the far end of the runway. So too is the glide slope is a physical antenna, not at the far end of the runway though. Usually it's down by it will be, not usually, it will be at the side of the runway, at the point of touchdown, in the touchdown zone. This is an example of a glide slope antenna, and typically they're on that 3-degree glide slope. So, are these out of a book, or did you make these? These are out of a book. Yeah, these are out of the. I want to say the Instrument Flying Handbook, or the Instrument Procedures Handbook. I forget. Whereas I think actually some of these I actually borrowed, like this one I'm pretty sure I borrowed, but yeah, I forget from where. But yeah, it's all publicly, like you can absolutely go, and find it. This is a similar situation on the glide slope, where it's these overlapping frequencies, and you fly that equi signal all the way down, and as you deviate above or below, you've got you're drifting more and more into the 90 or the 150, and the instrument goes, oh, okay, that frequency is picking up. I better show that pilot that they're descending lower than they want to be. This is definitely from a textbook, and this shows you the right way to intercept a glide slope. The real way to intercept a glide slope is you want to be at, remember, what's the final approach fix? Definition of the final approach fix for an ILS is glide slope intercept at the prescribed altitude. So you're at the prescribed altitude level with the glide slope above you, and then it's going to come in, and actually, as you get closer and closer to that final approach fix, you're at that prescribed altitude. It's coming in, boom, final approach fix, and descend. Here's a great example of the final approach fix for the ILS not being co-located with the final approach fix for the localizer. They are not co-located. PICLA or PICLA is the final approach fix for the non-precision approach. So, right, these are not co-located. And what this pilot would do, once these are all crossed up, then boom, you're just going to follow that all the way down. So, guidance is one aspect of the ILS components. You got the localizer for the lateral guidance and the glide slope for the vertical guidance. Range will tell you how far out you are. Neither the localizer nor the glide slope tell you how far out you are, right? So unless you are at the prescribed altitude and glide slope intercept, that is marked, right? But outside of the final approach fix, you don't really know where you're at. So really what it is I think only one airport around my area still has those markers. Yeah. Well, they're definitely going to be, unless they're otherwise specified, you're going to really find them on the non-precision, as aspects of the non-precision approach. So, like, for example, this outer marker, this final approach fix, beep, 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 right? That's that outer marker that you're going to be hearing with that blue light flashing at you. Okay, you are now at Pikla, right? You're at Pikla. Beep, 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 right? That's your middle marker. That is when you're on this glide slope down on this ILS, that is a normal ILS misapproach point. That, in other words, when you're coming down to this approach right here, this ILS. Yeah, we don't need to go that far, but oh wow, too far. Spoiler alert, no! All right. When you're down there at your DA, right, that the missed approach point on the ILS is the DA. So once you're at your DA, so yeah, so it's good to have that audible marker, you know, to kind of help, you know, keep you like in line, you know, and keep you present, because yeah, if the missed approach point that you can see down here in this category 1 profile, the approaches that we do are category 1. Category 2 and category 3 require additional authorization, more sophisticated equipment, and like, you know, to go lower and lower. But category 1 means that you know, we're down to a decision altitude on a precision approach, 200 feet height and half a mile visibility. So, you know, Cat 2, Cat 3, they're crazier. So, you know, we'll talk about that in a second, but it's good as you go down there on that Cat 1 approach. There's your final approach fix, outer marker, and then middle marker is the point where if you don't have that criteria to continue, you need to execute your missed approach procedure. And then right, that inner marker is for Cat 2, Cat 3. That's your decision. That's your new decision point for your Cat 2, Cat 3. So you've got the components, right, for this ILS. We're talking about guidance, lateral and vertical guidance. We're talking about range, the range component, which are the markers, and that's how far out you are. But then you've got the visual components, which are the intricate, often intricate systems of lights that are very, very useful to you, and you wanna familiarize yourself with these lights. The type of approach light system at your, you know, with the on the approach in question, and really like the approach light types for the airports in your area, actually. It's important because from a regulatory standpoint, let's see. From a regulatory standpoint, like, let's take a look at where does the approach light system actually enter into the legal picture, like enter into the picture, like legally speaking. So when you go, what we're talking about is descending below that minimum altitude. That's really what we're talking about. We're talking about descending below our decision altitude, really, actually. It definitely comes in below your minimum descent altitude, but chances are, if it's a non-precision approach, if you don't, you're not going to typically go, not one that I could think of, you're not going to go down on a non-precision approach down to an altitude where, oh, I hope I see the approach lights or not, because usually you're a lot further out. Really, where it comes down to being an issue is on a DA. If the weather's really, really bad and you really are at the foot of that airport, thank you, Ilios. That's what I'm saying. Jerry would be like, I see no differentiation. That was wild, by the way, when you told me that. I couldn't believe it. Let's see here. Oh, good. I'm on my Discord right now, and I see Captain Seppi, subscriber. Okay, so the subscribers. I wish you could too, but you know what? I'm glad that you can't, because, you know, as an instructor, like teaching good decision making, like it really like it does sadden me that there's stuff out there essentially encouraging hazardous attitudes. So that's just another thing, but we can talk about that another time over Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is really what we're talking about. We're talking about 91-175, taking off and landing IFR. C, operation below your DA or your MDA. So no pilot may operate an aircraft below the authorized DA or MDA unless, one, you can make that descent using a normal rate of descent and normal maneuvers so that your descent is stabilized. That's number one. Number two, that you have the required flight visibility. And number three, except for category 2 and category 3 approaches, where, you know, this is permitted, at least one of the following visual references of the intended runway is distinctly visible. The first one that they talk about is the approach light system, actually. And that if you get down to that DA or MDA and all you see is the approach light system, then you're able to descend down to, but not below, 100 feet above the touchdown zone elevation using those approach lights as your reference. So it is extremely important to understand what type of approach lights are that's why we brief the approach lights, like, as a part of the approach briefing. What type of approach lights are there? This would be the ALSIF 2 approach light type with a PAPI off to the left. That's how we would brief that, right? If you get down to that MDA or your DA and all you see is the approach light system, no runway, you continue down to 100 feet above your touchdown zone elevation. At that point, you must see something on the runway side, right? And then on the runway side, you can see any one or combination of these things. If somebody asks you, what do you need to do? What happens? What do you need to see when you get down to your MDA or your DA? A lot of the time, people will say you need to see the runway. Like, they forget about the normal maneuvers and you need to be able to do normal maneuvers and descent rate. They forget about the flight visibility, which is different from ground visibility. But even the third thing that they say is wrong, because you do not necessarily need to see the runway, right? It is possible that you can continue the descent if all you see is the approach light system. The approach lights are not a part of the runway environment. They are not very much. That's why they're separated right here. It's in its own thing. Okay? It's in its own thing where you've got something on the approach side and something on the runway side. And yeah, if that's all you see is the approach lights, you can continue down to the 100 feet above the touchdown zone elevation, at which time you must execute a missed approach procedure if you don't see the runway environment, unless the approach light system has red terminating bars. What do we mean by red terminating bars? Right here. These red terminating bars right here. Now, the cool thing about the approach lights here, or these segments, are actually measured. These are designed to be measured distances. So, like, for example, this Mauser approach light type is about a half a mile long. You know, so if you're approaching a runway that requires half a mile of visibility, right? If you're coming down on an ILS and it requires half a mile of visibility, you're thinking, how do I know if I have a half a mile of visibility? Well, if you get down there and all you see is the approach lights, you should be, and you know that Mauser approach light type is half a mile long. That means that by the time that the airplane is over this first light, you should be able to see that green threshold. Right? That's super helpful. These red terminating bars right here, these are 500-foot increments, 500-foot segments. This is 500 feet right here, and this is 500 feet. Actually, wait. I believe that's correct. Hold on. Let me just like look that up and make sure. Yeah. There we go. They're 1,000 feet, so they're not to scale on that picture. So 500, 500, and then it's about a half a mile long total, which is dope. That's super cool. All right. See, I remember these things, but there's nothing wrong with like just making sure. You know what I mean? I want you to know that like I am really, you know, that it's coming from a good source. You know, I understand people can be like weird on Twitch and saying stuff, so you need to know that it's all good. Sorry, Elios, you saw that this another proto man. It was the humility of double checking myself that got him to follow. I love it. Elios, so okay, so I saw this another video, but this guy he knew what he was doing. He took off, was legal for VFR weather, came in over his destination, and ATC kept brushing him off every time he tried to get an in-flight IFR clearance. Yeah, so I mean, totally. You're saying that he departed VFR, tried to get in-flight IFR, and they were like, no. He had weather coming in around him too. Yeah, I mean, it's a pain in the ass, dude, to like work you into the system. And you know, bad weather or not, this is part of the decision making. You know, one of these days we need to do, maybe next month, because I kind of have the rest of the month planned out, unless you guys want to do departure procedures instead of one of these other days. But one of the things about departure procedures is personal minimums for leaving an airport IFR. And I understand you said he left VFR, but then he didn't check the weather. You know what I mean? So, and frankly, this should be one of your. This should be a personal minimum, you know, to leaving an airport in general, whether you're going to leave IFR or VFR or even that. But is you look at the approach back into the airport that you are leaving, and you're saying, I'm not going to depart unless the weather is at or above a certain personal minimum that's based on the approach coming back into the airport, you know? So, yeah, he tried getting IFR taking off and had already waited 3 hours on the ground before deciding to go VFR. He knew the weather was coming in. He had been trying for another hour in flight to get a pop-up. Just not the day to go. The one thing that you definitely don't do is that means he departed special VFR. That means he probably departed special VFR, not regular VFR. You know, if that visibility was really low and he should have got departure airport was clear. Oh, okay. Yeah, then I mean that's when you divert for sure. But I don't know. It just seems like a bad spot. You know what I mean? It just sounds like it wasn't a good day. You know, if weather was able to come in that quickly, even though it was clear, you know, but you look at the surrounding airports, I would have to look at the weather for that day because, you know, what might have happened too is it was probably hazy. You know, clear is very, very, contentious. Clear can be a very contentious word, by the way. You absolutely can go out and find weather conditions where it is 2 miles visibility, haze, sky clear. So to me, clear sky doesn't mean shit. And that is legitimately an IFR visibility day, even though it's clear skies. So, you know, I'd have to look at the weather for that day, and you know, even if it was sky blue, unrestricted, it was not unrestricted visibility. If the weather's going to come in that quickly, there's no way that the signs weren't there, that the other airports surrounding area weren't marginal VFR, and maybe he was in a pocket of clear. There's no way, you know. So that guy made really bad decisions, probably, it sounds like, and was not the day to fly. And if that's the case, just because it's clear does not mean shit. If the visibility is low, he still could have been sky clear and taken off special VFR because that visibility is so low. So if that's the case, you take off special VFR. The rest of the airports around the area are marginal VFR, and you happen to be the field that is the anomaly, that it's, you know, clear. It's like, dude, really? What's the TAF say, by the way, right? How accurate or how confident are they in that TAF? Did he read the forecast discussion? Did he compare the TAF with the MOS? You know, what was the weather trending for that, you know, for that week? Was the weather weird and off and on? So, you know what? ATC isn't in the wrong at all, as far as I could tell. I've seen weather do stuff where it's like, you know what? You should have known. And you never leave the video, or you never leave the video. You never leave the airport assuming. Let's see here. What do we got?
Do you want to do more than...
Performance approach, Baron 3175 Whiskey.
November 317.
Oh, it's like a half hour long. Yeah, I'll watch it another time. Thanks, Steve, for sending. Okay, so RVR. Runway visual range is another component of the ILS, and this is another, like, how to convert RVR to statute miles is a table in 91-175 as well. And it is what's referred to as instrumentally derived. This is something where if the visibility is really low, you're going to have these instruments measuring approximately in this particular area what the visibility actually is in this area. It's going to take, essentially, it's going to take a sample of what the visibility is, and it's going to say, okay, touchdown zone RVR was reporting this. The rollout RVR was this, or the mid RVR was this, the rollout was this, and so you're going to have these RVR stations at different locations down the runway, and they're each going to take a sample and say, in general, the reconciled data shows that the RVR is 2,400 feet RVR, right? So it represents that horizontal distance that a pilot would see in an aircraft moving down the runway. All right, so RVR is not, this is ground instrumentally determined visibility. This is not flight visibility and horizontal slant visibility, right? Remember, in 91-175, you needed flight visibility. This is pilot determined. You can look it up in 1.1, part 1.1. Flight visibility is defined as pilot defined. So you got to kind of take this with a grain of salt. Like, this is the best that they can do in terms of, you got to report something, and this is how they actually determine it. Okay. And like I said, it's actually in different, they're located in different parts of the runway. Touchdown, zone, midpoint, rollout, and then on the longest runways, you actually have a far end, what's called a far end RVR. And when you're 121 or 135, your ops specs will be based on what RVR actually is. The ops specs are going to be what allow a company to go lower than regulation allows. Ops specs communicate very freely with regulations and allow certain types of exceptions under certain conditions or whatever. So if we're talking about, you know, minimum weather for like takeoff, let's say, right? Like, so 91-175 takeoff and landing IFR, right? Takeoff IFR says that if you're a 121 or a 135 operator, if you have one or two engines, your minimum visibility is 1 mile. If you've got more than two engines, it's a half a mile. That then you will have an ops spec, an operation specification that says that for alternate, for lower than standard minimum takeoffs, depending on what type of aircraft you've got and whatever, then you need, you know, the touchdown zone or the touchdown RVR needs to say this. If the touchdown RVR says that it's, let's say, you know, 1600 RVR, you know, then you need runway centerline markings or, you know, certain type of RVR. If it's lower than that, than the standard weather takeoff weather minimums, the RVR is showing lower than 1 mile visibility, right? That would be less than standard weather. Now you start needing centerline lights or centerline markings or some sort of runway edge lights. You know, you need some sort of way to navigate that less than standard visibility for that takeoff. You know, and so it works both with RVR works takeoffs and landings. By the way, that's what I'm just saying. There's an example of the table right there. That's got to be from a textbook. And like we said, this is an example, like the 24 right there. Oh, let me move my face. Yeah, there's an example of 24 being 2400 RVR. You can see here, 2400 RVR is 2400 feet. That's half a mile visibility. So that table is in 91,175. And they're kind of crazy looking, honestly. They look like security cameras, dude. And they just kind of, they zap some area in the middle there, and they just somehow, some crazy engineer shit happens, and they all, you know, look at these ones. This is crazy RVR stuff. So that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Next time you're at the airport and you see something like that, maybe you're doing your flight training and you're out there taxiing and you're like, you see these security camera weird looking things pointed right at each other, doing a shitty job of surveillance because they're looking right at each other only and they're not surveying. They're not security cameras. They're RVR things. Now, what do we mean by category 1, 2, and 3? Like we said, category 1, where we're talking about ILS, we're talking about VORs, we're talking about LDAs or RNAV. These are category 1 approaches, and what that means is that your decision height will be no lower than 200 feet height, and an RVR of 2,400 feet, right, or a half a mile visibility, okay? It is possible with touchdown zone and centerline lighting under certain conditions with certain equipment on board that you are permitted to do category 1 approaches down to 1,800 RVR. Let me actually try and find one for you. No. Oh, well, yeah, that actually is one. This is one where it's not under specified conditions. This is just allowing you, there's 1,800 right there. But I want to try and find one where it's conditional. Yeah, here's a great example, okay? This is the ILS runway 20 right into John Wayne. You go down to the minimums here, and it says that the lowest minimums here on the ILS 20 right are down to 255 on the altimeter, 2,400 RVR, 200 feet above the touchdown zone elevation. But then it's got this asterisk right here. And that asterisk refers to up here in the notes section that RVR 1800 is authorized with the use of a flight director or autopilot or heads-up display to the DA. You are actually able to 1,800 feet RVR is authorized. But dude, you should not be going down as a Part 91 operator that is new to the instrument rating. I don't even know if there's any, for me personally, it's certainly not. I don't know if there's any amount of Part 91 or even professional flying experience, if there's any amount of that experience that you can accumulate where using a Part 91 airplane, even a G1000, where you would actually go down to 200 feet above the ground with half a mile visibility, absolutely not. Listen, take it from me, I've done 500 feet. I've done a 500 foot height. And it is uncomfortable to watch that altimeter wind down to 500 feet above the ground. It is not cool. It is absolutely not cool. Now, I knew what I was getting into. It was a 600-foot day, 500-foot day, and I was extremely familiar with the approach procedure. And I wanted to go out single pilot and, you know, put it to the test. I practiced many hours in the sim, this exact same approach. I had warmed up actually for the day, like using a 900 and an 800 foot decision altitude, or a minimum, or I'm sorry, 800, 1,000 foot, 800 foot ceiling for my previous approaches. So I was equipped for this, and I had some time. Not only was it my home airport, but I had some hours already in actual IMC. I had equipped myself and prepared myself adequately for this, but it much lower than that. There's no way I'm going lower than that, though. I'll tell you that. So point is you do need to know about this, but I wouldn't go anywhere near it. This 1800 RVR situation. But that is what we mean by Category 1, Category 2, Category 3. Category 2, we're talking about a decision height not of 200 feet, but 100 feet. And 1,200 feet RVR. And then Cat 3 is just insane. Check your NOTAMs for inoperative equipment, because inoperative ILS equipment will result in changes to the minimums, and they will be increased minimums. And this table right here is also found, Proto, you were asking about the cold temperature table. This, the cold temperature conversion table, this is also in there. In fact, I want to say this is on the, yeah, this is definitely in the front pages as well, somewhere in the front. All right, so how to fly an ILS. Choosing which approach to fly. We need to make sure that you choose the correct one for your city, and the correct one that you're going for. Make sure that if you're really intending to fly the ILS, that you choose the ILS, and that you're aware that whether it's a Zulu or a Yankee or whatever, that you're able to fly the approach type based on the equipment requirements, right? We need to make sure that we've got the required equipment for the type of approach that we're gonna commit to in brief. Just double check on that landing distance and make sure that when you're choosing your approach, that knowing your landing roll performance, that agrees within your personal minimums with the runway available landing distance. Be aware of the approach lights. Maybe you're gonna have to choose between two approaches, maybe one that's more convenient, but that it doesn't have an approach light system, versus one that's a little more out of the way, but it has an approach light system. Do you have the fuel for that, and how's that going to affect your ability to descend when you descend down to your DA or your MDA? Okay. Looking at the plan view, what are some other factors in choosing your which approach to fly? Choosing identifiable nav aids, making sure that those nav aids are working, that you have checked your DNOTAMs in your standard weather briefing to make sure that you don't have any VORs that are out, as well as that MSA. You want to make sure if that MSA is based on that VOR, like, that's going to affect your ability to do that approach. So definitely do your homework and get your standard briefing always, and really take a look at those NOTAMs. Where's the terrain? You might elect to do a non-precision approach to an airport that's a little less familiar. If the weather permits it, you may elect to do a non-precision approach if it's actually steering you a little more clear of the terrain. Like this ILS, for example, brings you right between this valley right here. There have been people that have wavered from this final approach path, this final approach course, gotten disoriented, and actually crashed into these mountains right here, versus the VOR Bravo and Alpha coming from the west. They're eastbound toward the Van Nuys VOR, and then then it's a circle to land. So there's no terrain right there. So you might want to look at that. But the ILS is getting you down lower. So check out that profile view. Look at those minimums. Look at where the glide slope intercept is. Look at that. Look at those minimums. Identifying the missed approach point. Choosing which approach to fly. You need to be able to identify that missed approach point. And if you are in an airplane with no GPS and no DME, and the only way that you can identify that missed approach point is with DME or GPS, you can't do that approach. And ATC doesn't know that, Give you an example. The localizer into Hawthorne looks like one that you might be able to do. It's a Category 1 approach. The notes up here are not super crazy, right? Here we go. We were talking earlier about this simultaneous approach authorized with LAX, or excuse me, no, right here. Simultaneous reception of the localizer from Hawthorne and the LAX DME is required. So why is that? Well, because how are we going to identify the missed approach point? Right? There's no time. It's a non-precision approach. There's no glide slope. Normally the missed approach point would be at the DA on the glide slope, right? There's no glide slope. It's not the approach end of the runway. It's at Warva. Warva, you can see here this broken line begins at Warva. It's 6 DME from LAX. So without DME or without GPS, you can't identify the missed approach point. And so the localizer is not available to you. It's kind of tempting because if you look at the plan view, everything else is fine. You've got the VOR that you can track and intercept. You've got Wells, Hashi, and Zanir that are cross radials from Seal Beach. And, big deal. You got Wells, Hashi, and Zanir. We're stepping down from 27 to 15. 15 level, crossing Zanir. And Zanir is that 297 from Seal Beach. Not a big deal. You're down there at an MDA of 580. And then you're like, well, wait, I don't see the airport. Like, are we at the do I start my missed approach or not, Yeah, you really messed up. There's no way for you to know when that starts. There's no time here. Normally there's a timetable right here. So, whereas by comparison, the VOR does. Not Warva, though. Vivzi is another half a mile in, but you've got a time there. So, we need to look at all of the pieces of the approach, not just the segments that we are going to fly to the airport. We need to assume that we are going missed. We are not going to assume that we will be landing. We will not be assuming that we are not to assume that we will see what we need to see. We need to assume that that's not going to work out. And then if you do see the appropriate visual references prescribed by 91-175, then it turns out, yeah, let's land. That the airport interrupts what we were prepared to do. That's the way to do it. Right? Another factor in choosing the approach is how low does it get you, right? This approach, this ILS to the runway 16 gets you down to 302 feet above the touchdown zone elevation. This would be the 302 would be the ceilings. You would want to know, if ceilings are 600 feet, let's say, or 800 feet, then now that, like, let's say that's 800 feet, that there's 500 feet to go between the bottoms and your DA, or in your height, I should say, your height above the touchdown zone. So you got to factor in those personal minimums, and then your airport diagram. Yeah, this is really important. So the declared landing distance, when you see the D right there, what that means is that you need to consult when you're doing your research the before the flight, you need to find out whether it's through ForeFlight or whatever, that due to a displaced threshold, that the available landing distance is different from the distance shown on the airport diagram. This is a total of 8,000 feet. This is 8,001 feet of takeoff distance. So, declared landing distance, that there is a declared distance for committed that's allocated for landing that is not equal to the total length of the field. This is another reason why I kind of advocate toward Jeppesen, because they actually give you those distances on their charts. Briefing the approach, remember, correct and current. top to bottom, left to right. All right. Yeah, avionics, remember, manage your nav comm. ID your localizer, set your final approach course, especially if you're being given headings to intercept the final approach course. Aircraft configuration, remember descent and pre-landing. You need a gear down 3 green. I typically do, I'll put if I'm flying high performance, I'll put approach flaps in fairly early. The 182 has flaps 1 speed of 140. But I'll save my landing gear for crossing just outside of the final approach fix. And then, you know, it's down at the final approach fix. And then I'll do a gear down 3 green check there. I'll do a gear down 3 green check on the final segment. And then I'll do a short final gear down 3 green. Okay? Check your gear 3 times. Yeah, you're cleared for the approach is going to be something that permits you, like we said, to go down to a lower, if you're at an altitude above the minimum for the segment that you're on and you are cleared for the approach, then, you know, you're permitted to descend to that lower altitude for that segment. Typically, it's going to be, you know, like right here, if they give you a heading, and they have you cut this corner and they give you a heading of, let's say, Cessna 172 Sierra Papa, turn right heading, what would that be, 120, turn heading, right heading 120 to intercept the final approach course, maintain 5,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 16 right, and then you're going to read back, maintain it's a right 120, maintain 5,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS 16 right, 172 Sierra Papa. So 5,000 feet is above the minimum here of 49, but what they're saying is stay at your altitude. Once you have intercepted that localizer, you're cleared for the approach, you're allowed to go down, and then, you know, your vertical guidance is your own deal, right? If you're at 6,000 until established, cleared for the approach, right? At the final approach fix, in terms of actually like how to fly it, we put that tower frequency in standby because in standby number 1, VCOM 1, because at the final approach fix, they will be switching you over to the tower. In a situation where you're actually on with a controller down at a non-towered airport, such as with Class Echo, Surface Echo Airport, right? There are many out there. This is a non-towered airport that is controlled down to the surface. A reporting the final approach fix is required. Communication report. So switching to the tower frequency, know your 91-175 criteria to operate below your DA or your MDA, and what that, now, to operate below your DA or your MDA, right, the 3 things: normal maneuvers and descent rate and stabilized approach, flight visibility, and you need to see something, whether it be on the approach side or the runway side. And if all you see is the approach lights, you can continue to 100 feet above your touchdown zone elevation, at which time you need to see something on the runway or else go missed, unless the approach lights have red terminating bars. And then what the things on the runway that qualify are. But the criteria to land, the only thing that you need to land is flight visibility. That's the only thing that you need. And that is why if you go to 175, landing is in its own category, right? You have operation below your DA or your MDA, but then you've got landing, which is separate. And landing, what do you need? Flight visibility. For operations under this, for all other operations under this part and parts 121, 25, 29, and 35, the flight visibility is what's needed. Okay? This is actually a video that I made that I won't show you because it's pretty involved. So I think we're just gonna go fly the sim. Yeah, flying the missed approach. So yeah, commence the missed approach. If the criteria is not met, you need to brief the missed approach prior. Plan for that missed approach in terms of your nav aids. And yeah, we talked about 5 T's in our holding lecture before. And there you go. That's it for ILSs. So let's go ahead and hop in the sim and try and get an IFR clearance and fly an ILS before Pilot Edge closes. Take a quick break here. Yeah, you guys can see the lecture for approaches is very, very extensive. It takes some time. In fact, I'm probably just gonna relabel this video because there's so many other approaches to talk about. You know, the other ones aren't as extensive as the ILS, but we've got VOR, LDA, localizer. We've got a contact and surveillance type approaches. We've got PAR, precision approach radar. So, yeah, it's like, dude, you know, you could spend a week easily talking about this because we didn't even really look at examples. Like, we're going to go fly some examples right now. But really, you know, we would be spending time, like, if we had a week to talk about this, and maybe that's what I'll do in the future, is just have like a IFR week where we talk about approaches and stuff. Or like a week for regulations. I don't know, maybe that's too long for something like that. What do you guys think? Should we do it analog or should we do it a G1000? All right. So, let's get it going. Get my tablet up here. I think we might have time. Oh, wait. I wonder... Because my tablet is showing that my ADS-B is on. Hold up. I have to see if... Dude, so weird. It's not showing that it's on. Okay. Yeah, my tablet is showing that there are like people out there flying right now, and it shouldn't be. I'll show you what I mean. My girlfriend's so dope, dude. She got me the Sentry, the ADS-B receiver for my 4 flight. I can't believe it, and I can't wait to go try it and go play with it tomorrow. So I'm going to turn that traffic off. And then... IFR... okay. So, to do track IR or not? I think not. Okay, I'm gonna go analog, and let's see here. We're gonna go. Okay. Let's go. HHR, and we're just gonna go do a quick hop over to Long Beach. And with this, it's going to be adding a cloud layer of Stratus. Actually, let's go just overcast. It's okay. We'll go low. Let's go like 800 and then go like all the way. Ooh. $800 all the way up. And let's go visibility 2. And temperature at the nearest airport. Manually. Alright, cool. Let's go delete that wind. Delete that wind. Overcast. Or yeah, let's go broken. And then visibility is 2. Temperature looks good, 2998. Okay. Sweet. There's our Hawthorne Airport right there. We should pop up right there, and we did. And looking good. So let's go. Actually, the weather should be looking a little bit more. Maybe 5? Why are the clouds not looking as... Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Okay, cool. Let's get it going. So we're going to go full rich. And pump. Oop, master. Okay. And beacon is on. Strobe and... Okay, lean for taxi. Avionic, temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical is good. Avionics. And according to our little thing up there at the top, we've got an ATIS of 118.4. We use VOR 1, or I'm sorry, COM 1. 118.4. Or excuse me. Oh, duh. There we go. 118.4. And then ground of 125.1. Cool. Let's go ahead and listen to the weather. Get our ATIS.
Northrop Field / Hawthorne Muni Information Quebec. 2000 Zulu weather. Wind 280 at 45. Visibility 5.
280
Sky
at
conditions 700.
45. Wait a minute. What?
2.17.
Hold up. This
Altimeter 2998. Arriving
Trippin'.
runway 25. Departing runway 25. Advise on initial contact. You have Quebec.
Okay, there we go. Let's try that again. Jesus.
Northrop Field / Hawthorne Muni Information Quebec. 2000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 5. Sky conditions 700 broken, temperature 19, 2.17. Altimeter 2998. Arriving runway 25, departing runway 25. Advise on initial contact. You have Quebec.
Okay, so we've got 2998. And we are within 75 feet of the field elevation on that.
Northrop Field / Hawthorne Muni Information
Yes,
Quebec.
yes, yes. And we are on with ground. We're going to Long Beach. Their ATIS is 12775, so we're getting that ready in COM 2. Standby. And we're going to go get a clearance right now from Hawthorne ground if you guys want to follow along with Information Quebec. And we're going to Long Beach. Before we do that, actually... Haha, Dragon, that's funny. Dude, you missed 3 hours of instrument approach ground. Instrument approach procedures ground. Connect. Oh, and you know what? I think we need to do this first. Pilot Edge, filing tool. So we're just gonna file this right here, where it's IFR, where when are we 6/5. We are November. Oh, actually, what are we? 6/7/5. No, we should be 65710. 65710, or yeah, 65710 is fine. Connect.
Connected to Pilot Edge.
Six 65710, and it's a 172 Golf, true airspeed of 120, departing Hawthorne, arriving Long Beach at 4,000. I actually don't know. It's going to be the tech route, so let's take a look at that really quick. We go to the chart supplement, and we go to the section of right there, tower en route. We go down to Southern California. We look for the Q route right there. We got to make sure we're Q. So from Hawthorne, I guess there's no route like specified. From Long Beach to, okay. Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, that's fine. Either way, we could figure on the departure procedure out of there. So we'll just say 3,000. I'm gonna file. Alternate, let's go to Van Nuys. Route of flight, I'm just gonna say Seal Beach. Cool. And I'm gonna use custom weather and then file 65710. So we filed that, and we just need to review our departure procedure out of Hawthorne. This is using Jeppesen, and this is kind of what I was talking about. Is it's all in one place. Obstacle departure procedure for runway 25. It's a climbing left turn to 3,000, heading 205, and then LAX 170 to limbo, and then there you go. Looks like runway 25 needs to be 290 feet per nautical mile to 300 feet right there. So we would need to look and see if we can do that. We can, but this is when you would really take the time to like research beforehand if you can do it or not. And that should be good. So that's what we're anticipating. And connected to Pilot Edge. And we're on with ground. Hawthorne ground, Cessna 65710.
UPS 55 Heavy connected to territory 120.6.
1206, UPS 55.
65710.
Hawthorne ground, Cessna 65710 at the east ramp, requesting IFR Long Beach.
65710 Hawthorne ground to the Long Beach Airport flight 210. Radar vector is limbo. Victor 64. Seal Beach direct. Climb and maintain 3,000. Expect 4,000 within 5. Departure is 134.9er. Squawk 7452.
One more time on the transponder, please.
7452.
Sorry, you cut out. 745.
7452.
7452. Okay, that's clear to the Long Beach Airport. 210 on the heading. Radar vectors limbo. Victor 64, Seal Beach, direct 3000, expect 4000, 5 minutes after 134.9er. 7452 is the code for 756 Foxtrot, or I'm sorry, 6710.
Hey, Louise. Tower 2697 is about to make left base for runway 29.
So Julie, runway 29, clear for the option.
Runway 29, clear for the option. 970.
Hawthorne Grounds, Cessna 65710, did you copy?
Affirm, I said readback was correct.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, Proto, this is, let me turn my gain down because now my mic does want to stay. So, test. Yes, so, this is an ATC mode, yeah. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, so we've got 210 on the heading. This is actually going to be, let's see here. Done, close. That's 253 is runway heading. What's the purpose of having an assigned altitude in addition to an expected? So if you lose radio communication before you get in contact with SoCal Approach, with the approach controller, they know, you know what altitude to climb to after 10 minutes has gone, or 5 minutes has normally it's 10 minutes, but in this case it's 5. It's in case of a radio failure. And you are actually not permitted to go to that altitude until that time. 253. All right, sweet. That's a great question, Ordinary. We've got ground and then towers 121.1. 121.1. Trying to make this departure happen before they close. They close in 30 minutes, or they actually close in 20 minutes. 134.9. Okay, and then radar vectors, so 210 heading and then radar vectors limbo, Victor 64 Seal Beach direct. So Victor 64, that's going to be radar vectors to limbo, Victor 64 Seal Beach. That is the LAX, let me show you here. That is, oh yeah, very, very interesting. Very interesting. Alright, very cool. I think this thing is staying somewhat right now. Just kind of...
Yeah, Louise Tower says 2697.
Okay. So yeah, Victor 64 is this right here. You can see here it's the
Julie, runway 29,
LAX.
clear for the option.
Runway 29, clear for the option.
It's LAX 170 right here, and then the Seal Beach 251. So that's what I'm going to put in there, is the LAX 113.6. $113.6. and 170 or 115.7. Okay, that's going to be the 170
off 26 left
from
Pablo
LA.
South cargo ram.
And then the
UPS 55 heavy ramp via
251,
Sierra, monitor ground.
Ramp via Sierra, monitor ground, good day.
November 7 Echo Romeo, connect Java Tower 126.8.
and then 7452.
Over to tower 126.8, 017 Echo Romeo.
We've got 3,000 expecting 4,000 5 minutes. Victor 64, 210 on the heading. And
John Wayne Tower 017 Echo Romeo on ILS 20 right approach.
I'm actually going to set this first.
7 Echo Romeo, Java Tower number 20 right, clear to land.
And then
Clear to land, runway 20 right.
taxi
017
lights,
Echo Romeo.
landing, pitot heat, nav. We're going to save that. And we're going to say that we did our run-up. Of course, we would do our run-up. We would do our pilot briefing, so we'll be departing runway 25. Looks like runway 25 is 40, just under 4,900 feet. It's like 4,800 feet of available runway. Departure is straight out, or I'm sorry, a left turn after 400 feet. It's a left turn heading 210 to intercept radar vectors to Limbo, Victor 64 Seal Beach. We could put that in our GPS, but I'm not going to. We're just going to go, this week is VOR themed. So tomorrow is a VOR PowerPoint and workshop as well, and then loss procedures and diversion for VOR. So just straight VOR today. And 134.9er is there, and 7452. And emergency briefing, you know, we'd go through if there's an engine failure before we leave the ground, after we leave the ground, there's enough available runway to land it. If there's not enough available runway, and then minimum of 800 feet, we'll turn it around. So we would, you know, there's a script for each of those points. I just don't want to take up too much time. And then let's brief our approach. All right, so we've got the ILS, the Long Beach ILS runway 30. ATIS is 12775 loaded right there, and COM 2 active, or COM 2 standby. We're still on with ground for the taxi. SoCal approach is going to be 125.35. Towers 119.4. Localizer is going to be 110.3. MSA is right there. Missed approach is a climb to 800, then a climbing left to 3000 on a 200 heading. Let me see if I can blow this up, actually. So this is a Jeppesen procedure. You can see it looks really similar. On a heading of 200 and then outbound on the LAX 145 radial to Patter. That's what you see there on the dotted line. Notes are vertical glide slope and ILS glide path not coincident. The PAPI is 3 degree, and the glide slope, I guess, isn't. No notable terrain there. We got a 301 on the inbound course, final approach course. Profile view, we are at final approach fix is glide slope intercept at 1,600 feet. Down on the ILS to DA of straight in, it's an ILS runway 30 to a DA of 258 on the altimeter. That's 220 above the ground. 1800 RVR or half a mile visibility. And Mauser approach light type with a PAPI off to the left. Approach briefing is complete, and we are set for taxi. I'm actually going to leave that up right there. And there we are. Hawthorne Ground, Cessna 65710, ready to taxi runway 25.
Hawthorne Ground, where are you located? Do you have the ATIS?
65710 is at the southeast ramp with information Quebec.
710 information X-ray. Currently, let me know when you have X-ray.
Oh, sorry. Actually, it's a Zulu then with a user custom weather.
65710. Okay, runway 25, taxi via Sierra.
25 via Sierra 65710. Can you guys hear the controllers okay? Or are you guys getting any echo or anything like that? It was coming in loud for a second there and I turned it down, but... Alright, and then pre-takeoff, so we are systems, landing light, nav, pitot heat is on, full rich, and fuel set to both. We're trimmed for takeoff. Everything's 5.5. Thanks, Ordinary. Transponders set, and we need to be on altitude mode. And we're on with tower. Oops. With tower, and then we got ATIS ready to go on number 2. Sounds good, Spherix. Thanks, man. All right, and we're all set. We're all set. So Hawthorne Tower 65710, holding short 25 Alpha, IFR departure.
65710 Hawthorne Tower, runway 25, good for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25 65710. All right, and clear final.
Approaching runway 25. Entered runway 25, 4,800 feet.
So see,
remaining.
we did the pilot briefing as well as the approach briefing in the run-up. And we're going to make sure that, oops, we need to set this. It is heading indicator and compass match. Systems are green on the roll. Airspeed is alive. And liftoff. Just going to visual references, holding 75 knots. And it's going to be a 210 after 400 feet. 400 feet is the minimum. Alright, there's 400 feet, left turn 210.
17 Echo Robbie, ramp via Bravo, there's frequency to pass on the I-6.
Taxi via Bravo, remain this frequency, thanks for the pass, 01 on ground.
Sorry, I was messing with my iPad. Six 5710, frequency change, please.
25710, connect SoCal departure.
Over to SoCal 65710, thanks. SoCal departure 65710 is 1004 climbing 3.
65710, SoCal departure, ready to contact, climb maintain 4000.
That's 17 for 4, 65710, thanks. Alright, let's test our nav aids. We've got LA. We see the Morse code right there. Sounds good. Let's test Seal Beach. Morse code right there. Sounds good. Testing our nav aids and climb check. Temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical, fuel is good. Let's actually put some more fuel in there. Hold on. And then like a couple of people. There we go. Okay, climb check, temperature, pressure, electrical, vacuum, fuel. Heading indicators set to compass, lights, and flaps, transponder. Everything looks good. Climb check complete, cruise to go. And let's start getting our weather for, we got to start thinking 5As, right? 5As for, we've discussed that multiple times. We got to get the ATIS for Long Beach.
Long Beach / Doherty Field Information Quebec. 2000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 5. Sky conditions 700 broken, temperature 19, dew point 17. Altimeter 2998. Arriving runways 30, 26 right, departing runways 30, 26 right, 26 left.
Cool.
Advise on initial contact you have Quebec.
We have the weather for Long Beach. And we are same side safe for Victor 64. You can see our airplane coming up to it right there. I'll actually turn on breadcrumbs as well.
710, find it 120.
So 120 for 710. Let's take this visibility away totally. One, 2, 0. Count up to 4,000. Just want to bring in that last couple hundred feet really, really slow. Start trimming those down a little bit. And, whoa. Okay. Now, so there we are. Now, you can see here, we are not on a heading to use LAX as our primary nav. We're getting vectored to Seal Beach actually, and that's exactly what I need to stay on top of. Cruise check actually, temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical, fuel, heading indicators set to compass, transponder, everything else looks good. Climb check complete, cruise check complete, descent to go. And ATIS altimeter setting, approach briefing when we can. Said I wish Microsoft Flight Sim had some aircraft with hybrid panels like this. Oh, I know, dude. It's so cool. So cool. Oh, yeah. So let's go switch this into Seal Beach. And that's going to be a 071. That's the reciprocal of 251. There's that, and we are same side safe for the airway. And then actually I'm done with, you know, Seal Beach actually needs to be on nav 2 as well, because when we come around to that ILS, we can use Seal Beach as a cross radial for redundancy to identify the final approach fix. Actually, you'll see. let's go ahead and brief our approach. ILS runway 30 into Long Beach. We have the ATIS. SoCal approach is going to be 125.35. 125.35. Okay. And towers 119.4, ground localizer is going to be 110.3. 110.3 absolutely goes right there. Okay. Zoom that in a little bit more for you guys. You can kind of see what's going on. You can see the frequencies and stuff. 110.3 is ready to go. Final approach course is 301, but we're not going to do anything with that right now. 65710, do you want me on this heading or to intercept?
65710, I want you right there. Connect SoCal approach 128.1.
Over to 128.1, 65710, thanks. 128.1. SoCal approach 65710 is 4,000 level.
65710, SoCal approach, the Long Beach altimeter 29908 information echo. Expect a visual approach runway 26 left, Long Beach Airport to your currently 9 o'clock at 6 miles reported in sight.
Thank you for the altimeter and requesting the ILS 30 into Long Beach.
65710, roger, set to maintain 3,000.
4,000 for 3,000, 65710. Try and nail like a 500 foot per minute descent here. And then just continue to brief our approach. So missed approach is a climb to 800, climbing left to 3,000 on a heading of 200. And outbound on the LAX 145 to pattern and hold. No notable terrain. There's our airplane right there, actually. We got, we are 3006 for 3. No notable terrain. MSA is right there. Glide slope intercept at 1600. Down on the ILS, 258 on the altimeter, 220 above the ground. 1800 RVR, or half mile visibility. 500 to go.
Caution. TFR ahead.
And Mauser approach light type with a PAPI off to the left. Missed approach has been brief. And we have our approach briefing is complete. Avionics, we are going to be on with 110.3. Final approach course is, ooh, watch that descent rate. You never want to be in excess of 1,000 feet per minute, so in the sim it's kind of hard because you can't really leave it for too long unattended, whereas in real life it's fine. 301 is going to be the selection here. And then there's 3,000. Oh, he's about to sign off. Dang, that sucks. We need to be on with 119.4 is our tower frequency. Can you guys see the map, the chart?
The local time 2300 outbound edge control positions are closed. Class Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta airspace procedures are no longer in effect. All upright aircraft operating now 5 monitor 122.75. All up at aircraft within Bravo Charlie Delta airspace, monitor the appropriate advisory frequency. Flight out your zoom.
Disconnected.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is just take it upon ourselves to just fly our own vectors in the way that they would give them to us. And that's totally fine. I know exactly like how they would do it. In fact, right now, they'd probably give me something like a left 060. 65710. Descend and maintain 2000, 65710. Oh, I was gonna say, can you guys see the chart good enough, or do you want me to like blow that up a little bit more? The chart in the corner. All right, we are 2008 and trending toward 2000. Chart looks good. Okay, cool. Good. VSI looks good. Approach briefing is complete, and then the final approach fix is glide slope intercept at 1006, but also it's co-located. Gunny is the 196 from Seal Beach. 196. We're 2005 for 3. Descent check is temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical look good, lights, and carb heat or mix full rich for altitude, and altimeter, towers set, and descent check and pre-landing is complete. Let's go ahead and test that localizer. Okay, we got that Morse code right there. So let's go ahead and test that, or nav 1. We're 200 feet away. And we do have the Morse code. Uh, 65710, left 030. Now, what I want you guys to see is as we approach this, you see here that flag just went off, and we are actually picking up the signal of this localizer. That just happened. Right now, you can see the airplane, and the upper right-hand corner is on a essentially on a big base leg for the final approach course. They're going to give us one more heading. They're going to give us a 30-degree intercept in a second, in a little while. (65710) descend and maintain 1,600. 2,000 descending 1,006, 65710. Yeah, this is vectors to final. Well, this is going to be left turn 330 and descend maintain 1006 until established on the ILS. Cleared ILS runway 30 into Long Beach, 65710. So see, here comes the localizer in VOR1. Yeah, ordinary. This is vectors to final for the ILS into Long Beach. So there's 330. I'm actually flying like a shallower angle. And notice the glide slope in VOR1 is high because we are not yet, we're at 1006, but we're not at the final approach fix until that upper needle, that glide slope needle comes in. Right, there we go. That's a pretty good angle. We got 301 on the heading. We got 301 centered up right there. We're 1006. Contact Long Beach Tower 119.4 65710. Long Beach Tower, Cessna 65710 on the ILS runway 30, full stop. Cessna 65710, clear to land, runway 30. There's that outer marker going off. You see that blue? And then we're just going to pull that power back. It's a 500 foot per minute descent usually, like around there at these normal speeds. We're kind of off center here. And now we're just following that glide slope all the way down. You'll notice that in a descent, that glide slope, you know, we're doing pretty good so far. Oh, we're a little bit above now. I'm just keeping my eyes moving on the pertinent information, making sure that I'm centered up. I need to go over a little bit to the left. Little like 5-degree correction should probably do it. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe 6, 7 degrees. And then I'm just gonna look at my minimums here. 258. So, you know, 260 is minimums when we need to see something.
2 mile final runway 30.
And basically all I'm trying to do is make sure that I'm watching my altitude for that minimum altitude, but I'm also making sure that my headings are not any more than 5 degrees off, like for corrections, because these localizers are so sensitive. All right, so we're 800 for okay, runway in sight. So see, this is a Mauser approach light type where
500.
Mauser approach light type where you've got this lead in, these like this strobing light that leads you in, as well as these runway alignment lights. So it's right up the middle, and then runway alignment with the strobing that actually kind of leads you in right up to that point. These lights right here, you've got the let me actually make it nighttime so you can see it better. Right, so there's the displaced threshold where it's like red right here. You're able to take off, but not land there. This is Delta 1, 2, and 3. Threshold right here is the green line where, you know, you're able to land beyond that. And then, interestingly, actually, the touchdown, remember, we're on an ILS, which, you know, we're getting electronic vertical guidance down to a touchdown zone. The touchdown zone is this long 3,000-foot segment right here. These two long rows of lights are touchdown zone lights. And then you got the PAPI right there, the Precision Approach Path Indicator. So you can see there like the lead-in lights. And we're gonna walk this down together. I'm gonna keep that glide slope where it needs to be, so you can see here it's taking us all the way down to the touchdown zone. Flaps 1. See that it's getting us, the glide slope is crossed up nice. It's right down to the touchdown zone. And getting off of here, I'm actually going to make it daylight again, so you can see. We'll go on this taxiway delta, and I'll show you where the antenna actually is, the glide slope antenna. This is when we would contact ground and we say, you know, we're clear of runway 30 at Delta 4, looks like, or Juliet actually. And then we are cleared to cross runway 26 left and continue on taxiway Delta. Cross 26 left.
Entered runway 26 left. 3,700 feet remaining.
Taxi Delta. So see, remember from the slides, the glide slope antenna I was showing you guys? This is it right here coming up on the left. So yeah, this right here is the actual glide slope antenna that we were tracking all the way down. And then what you have here is the ILS critical sign. Well, I should say it's a mandatory sign where potentially you would be required to hold short of this ILS critical area line right here, where if you were a huge aircraft, you would potentially be interfering with this signal and you know, with the size and all your electronics and stuff. So that's, you know, another dead giveaway that's a glide slope right there. Is, you know, if not all glide slopes will have that, but what they'll, all these big aircraft that are taking in and out of taking off out of Long Beach and coming into Long Beach, yeah, they can really get in the way. So kind of cool to see that. That's its real location in real life. Triarlind, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, so that was really cool. That was really cool to see the ILS from the standpoint, from like an academic standpoint, and then go actually fly, you know, get an IFR clearance, fly IFR locally from one airport to the next, and see that they put us on a downwind for that ILS pretty early. And you saw kind of working through the prioritizing, like, of which VORs am I using. based on the original clearance, which was using LAX first as a primary. And then when we were given a heading away from LA, it was very obvious that he's either going to have me intercept an airway to Seal Beach, in which case that's why I put Seal Beach on the nav 1, or we're going to go through the airway staying on a 120 heading for just vectors to final for the ILS. And once we went through that airway, we were able to prioritize just by deduction and just say, well, he's not going to have us use Seal Beach right now. He's going to give us vectors for final. And we put that ILS actually in to the nav 1 with Seal Beach as our nav 2. We worked through the 5As, and we got ourselves set up pretty rapidly. It's a pretty rapid flight, so we got ourselves set up pretty rapidly for Long Beach, and got our ATIS, got our altimeter setting, made our approach brief. We briefed our approach in the run-up before, pre-takeoff, as well as a part of the 5As, like actually en route, like the importance of actually finding time between instructions from ATC to brief this approach. We were right in the middle of briefing it, and then we got a change in altitude or a change in heading or something, and we had to remember to come back to the approach briefing, make sure that our avionics was set up, and that our aircraft configuration, our checklists were done. And then we're pretty much just on the approach. We're trying to maintain a mental picture about what's going on and maintain situational awareness. Really helpful to have the tablet right there where we can actually just follow along. Let's see here if we could turn on. No, dang. And yeah, so I hope that was helpful to put that together with everything that we were looking at in theory, like in class, and then to actually go fly an ILS. Looking at the VOR indications, glide slope, we went down to 1600 for the glide slope intercept. Right. We did that 1600. There's our profile view right there. We did 1600 feet, and then until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 30 into Long Beach, right? 1600 feet. We were 1600 feet level on the localizer, and saw that glide slope come from up above right to where we were at. There's our final approach fix, power reduced, nose down, and maintained a 500 to 600 feet per minute descent that really kept that ILS crossed up real nice. And it was really great. And then we took a look at the approach light system and looked at really what is a Mauser approach light type. And we throughout the lecture we looked at regulation, that in particular 91-175, in several different ways, in terms of RVR, in terms of ILS components, in terms of limitations on procedure turns, but also in terms of takeoff weather requirements, and most importantly descending, how to actually land, descending below our DA or our MDA, like how do we actually go about doing that. We looked at that in the regs as well. So with that, I'm gonna wish you guys a great evening. I want to thank you again for dropping by on this IFR Tuesday. Tomorrow will be more VOR stuff, private pilot Wednesdays and Thursdays. So we've got ground and sim tomorrow. VOR, there's a VOR PowerPoint as well as a workshop that we'll do. Oh yeah, Ordinary, my pleasure. I'm right there with you. So thank you for helping me for the IFR work. I would be glad to help support you via Patreon. Dude, I'd really, really appreciate that. Absolutely. Patreon coming where we can actually be in a Zoom class actually together. I'd love that. Tomorrow, VOR PowerPoint and workshop, and then in the sim, we'll go various types of VOR work. And then on Thursday, don't miss Thursday. It's going to be Flying Skills Thursday, all sim, loss procedures, diversion procedures using the VOR, and knowing where we actually are. So, you know, this week is very much via VOR themed, whether it's the ILS or, you know, tomorrow and Thursday for the private pilot, okay? And then we'll wrap up the week on Friday with navigation at 2 p.m. So tomorrow at 7 p.m., VOR PowerPoint workshop. I'll see you guys there. Thanks a lot for the positive feedback. TR Lind as well. And we'll see you there. Good night, guys.